the whole thing as a pyromancer. I don't know if I like that class. Uh,
My thing is I have a few issues. One of which the enemies don't miss. Like if they shoot, they hit you.
yeah, no, the enemies are very accurate.
And the fact that you can't heal unless you're burning people is really hard.
Yeah.
Um, so I started that on my own, and then I played a little bit of the Technomancer with Kyle.
Yeah, I hear Technomancer's really good.
It's pretty dope. You're like a magic engineer.
You're like Mass Effect engineer, but magic. Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, like he was playing the assassin class, and he was killing shit before I could like lay down my stuff.
I also hear that the Trickster is a broken mess right now. It's insane. I kind of want to go back and play through it as a Trickster.
Yeah. I'm so far I'm not a fan.
Okay.
Partly
I'm kind of
because
on the fence.
well, I hate hard snapping cover systems.
Uh
Like it's the primary reason I don't like Gears of War.
okay. That would
So
make
that's a huge problem for me.
Yeah. To be fair though, it looks like once you get closer and closer, like once you get more and more powerful, I think cover becomes less of an issue because you'll have more crazy shit that goes on that makes it harder for enemies to kill you unless you're playing on ultra high difficulties.
Yeah, but I don't know. So I finally finished my second run of Cyberpunk,
Ooh,
which
neat.
means I'm done with that for now. Eventually, I'll do my third run on the super high difficulty, but I'm done with that for now. So this weekend, I'm going to try and catch up on Second Extinction, and I'm going to try and finish up the Outriders demo.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I don't know. I think at the very least, from what I can tell, it definitely looks like a game that at the moment they have stated that they're not trying to turn this into a live service. They're just going to kind of release it, do some balance patches, and throw throw big expansions out every now and then if it does well. Which I like because it's like holy shit, what is this 2010?
Yeah.
So at the very least, it could be a game that I can get and then not have to worry about always having to play.
Yeah, for me, I think it's going to be a game that if it goes on sale really cheap and my buddy Don, once he's done building his house, is
Mm-hmm.
interested in playing it, I might pick it up then for us to do. Because usually, he's been building his house for fucking a year now. Because he's like I said, he's literally building it, and I mean him mostly himself.
Nice.
Like he was like doing like foundation and like a lot of stuff, but I'm sure he's doing electrical, plumbing, drywall.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Slay.
I mean, he grew up on a pseudo farm, so he's that kind of knowledge.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Um, yeah, so like he and I would usually normally starting at 2 o'clock on Saturdays. He and I would play video games, but since that we haven't been done that in a bit. But if it's something he'd be interested in,
Yeah. I mean, it is a demo, so I think like some stuff can potentially be changed before they release it, or can be changed very quickly after it comes out. So like one thing I've noticed is that if you're too close to cover, the character doesn't want to actually take cover. So I think that's just a registration issue that could probably be fixed. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe make the enemies just a little stupider. I don't know, just a little bit. Because
yeah,
like I could not play that solo at World Tier 3 because it's like, all right, well, I pop out and like I died like 5 times to the side quest where you fight your first captain. And not even getting to him, just that opening area where you have the snipers on the high ground. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ. I got an assault rifle and a shotgun. This is like literally the only guns I have.
especially as a pyro, because it's like I said, like unless you're burning them, it's like you can't stay alive.
Yeah.
Technical
Yeah.
probably
Whereas like
easier
I
because
can
all damage you do heals you a little bit.
mm-hmm. The
But
pyros are on kill.
yeah, so I said
Um
it's definitely not something I'm going to get. Kyle, like, I have a feeling. So Kyle likes to buy games, and he'll just buy like all the games. Just buy the games we're going to play them, and I can tell like he and I are playing it, and like he's like really liking it, and I'm not. And he's gonna like, oh, this is
Hmm.
so great, you know. And I'm like, I swear to God, he's gonna buy it. Even if I tell him I'm not getting it. He's gonna get it and be like, hey, you gonna play? I'm like, I'm not getting it, dude. And he'll buy it, but he'll buy it before even like, yeah,
Yeah. I think for me though, like when it comes to gameplay stuff, like all my complaints, that's all stuff that can be changed. That's very easy, like balance patching or, you know, cleaning up stuff. You know, that can always be changed. My biggest problem is that the story is just all over the place. It can't pick a tone. It can't stick to like. Does it want to be serious and gritty, or is your character, you know, fucking John McClane and just wisecracking half the time?
yeah.
Like, what is going
Like
on?
when you show up to seek vengeance on the guys that killed Chang, and like you kill the guy, and you're like, oh, I was working the line the whole time, and
Yeah,
she's like, thanks for the rescue. And like, I wasn't here for you. I'm like, are you really?
yeah. It's like, and like the thing too is like your character's like such a smart ass dickhead, and yet in the opening, they're not like that at all.
No. And
No,
it's
like you're
weird. Like,
very much like Paragon Shepherd at the beginning, and then suddenly you turn into the boss from Saints Row 3.
good game, so good.
Yeah.
And Mark was like, they built this amazing, gorgeous environment that you're playing the prologue through,
Hmm.
and then once you start the game, yeah, no, it's shit and gray and red and brown and
Yeah.
have fun.
I mean, to be fair though, it is only the opening area, and I've seen a lot of the stuff on their YouTube channel, and there's like, oh, look, there's like a, you know, crazy alien swamp, and then there's like a winter area. So like there is going to be variance eventually.
That's what I
Like,
said. It's something that like I don't know. It'll probably like go. I'm gonna take it off my wish list, and in 2 years I'll think about it again, and or not.
yeah. Or, I mean, keep it on your wish list, and then if it gets a crazy sale at some point, you'd be like, might as well, just in
Yeah.
case.
And I was really looking forward to this, but it's just
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too jaded, like when it comes to, you know, big releases for things, because they almost always end up being shit.
Cyberpunk.
I mean, yeah. The thing is, though, is I have hope that Cyberpunk will be very good, um, in like 2 years.
See, for me, it's not the. It's not. I don't. How far? You haven't gotten too far, have you?
No, I literally cannot play that game at an acceptable level for me.
So I'm
Like
not gonna do a spoiler or anything like that. For me, it's not the bugs. It's that it is not the game I was expecting to get.
you're expecting like Cyberpunk GTA.
Partly, yes, I was definitely expecting that, but
Hmm.
there's more to the actual storyline that I don't like. I don't know. I don't want to say too much, so I don't want to spoil anything, but like it's just not what I was expecting the game to be about.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
And like all
Um,
like the like I was watching the videos and stuff like that, and just nothing seemed like what I got seemed to be nothing like what they were advertising in their videos.
yeah, I get the sense, like the more and more I hear about like Cyberpunk and its development, the more and more I think like this is kind of a almost like a Destiny 1 situation where they were working on this game for like 6 or 7 years, 8 years or something like that, and then like, you know, at the last third of the development cycle, like just shit changed, like the entire direction of it changed, and it's probably a game that realistically has only gotten about a third of the development time that everybody thought it did.
Yeah, but like and like a lot of things bug me. Like there's no real like parkour system. Which like if
Mm.
you look at Titanfall 2, the shit you can do.
Yeah, they
And
were
it's
gonna do that, and then they cut it for it being like buggy and glitchy and stuff.
yeah, and like there's that. There's like they have like a whole like you know you can swim and stuff like that. And like there's these items like O2 boosters that let you like breathe underwater for long. You
Hmm.
have literally one time you go underwater in the and I've like believe I've done everything in the game. You go underwater for one thing for about 10 seconds.
Jeez. Is there
And
even
they're
anything to find in like the water around the city?
in one particular spot. There's this little thing, and you have a map icon showing you, and it's like 20 feet off the dock.
Oh
And you
wow.
dive down there, you get it, and you come back up. And like
Yeah.
there's a whole like
Sorry, I had to kill the chick.
um, and like there's a stealth perk that's like you can't be detected while underwater. It's like, well, you're never underwater to be detected.
Yeah. I think that again kind of reinforces my theory that um, a lot of stuff changed in the development cycle, and some stuff stayed in, and some stuff got cut.
And
So
like you can't shoot while you're driving a car or riding a motorcycle. It's like, fuck, I could do that in GTA 3 on the PS2, and you're telling
yeah,
me I can't do that in 2021? Enemies
with
can.
cybernetic enhancements.
Yeah, enemies can. You can't.
Yeah,
And then they have this whole tutorial about like shooting while you're riding in a car. That only happens a few times.
yeah,
And like I'm bugged as hell. Like you
And have
can't.
only scripted encounters.
And like it bugs me like you can't change your appearance once you've made your character, which
Mhm.
makes no sense considering like there are people who are literally like made of metal. Like that's
Yeah.
the whole. And you can't like dye your hair or get a haircut, and like
Yeah.
despite like all this cybernetic possibility.
I mean, freaking, you meet Jesse Cox and he's got like a cyber dick, and it's like overheating.
Yeah, God, that was so good. And like that's like things like that. There's diamonds in the rough, you know, gems you can uncover, like the whole Mole Man Batman thing. And but it's not what it was supposed to be, at least in how I feel. So the more I play it, the more I get upset about it, and I've now put 200 hours in there.
Well, I've put similar amounts of time into games I kind of hate. So there's also games that I know I would like that I've put 0 hours into. Like I have both of the Total War Warhammer games. I've yet to play no more than 30 minutes of one of them because I was just dicking around in the graphics settings trying to get it to work well. And then I got my new job, and now I don't have time to play, a campaign of this that takes like 8 hours.
That's an RTS, right?
Yeah, it's a Total War game, so it's got like an overhead, like Civ kind of, like controlling regions mechanic to it, and then when you go into fight, it's like massive scale RTSs. Like your units are entire regiments of dudes.
So Total War, it's a 4X game where the combat is real time.
Yeah, there is auto resolve, but it's really not good.
I'll say ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. I want to do it because it's Warhammer Fantasy, so you can like have like dragons and shit, or if you play Skaven, you can have like giant rat monsters. So, and then they just announced that the third one is going to come out, which means that potentially the mega campaign is going to get even more mega because you can have all 3 maps on there with all the factions and content from all the other games in it. Like literally the entire map of the Warhammer Fantasy world, just with everybody in it. Fucking crazy. Alright, let's see. Cake said he's probably going to be a little late today, so let me get the music going. And Ellis, you here? Ah, good.
Oh yeah, Cobra. I kind of came in the middle of your side. So the thing you were saying about being underwater, I think I went underwater in that game once, and it was the like quest before I got laid. So
Oh yeah. So there's that. Yeah, there is that part, which is a neat little thing.
but there's no combat. Perk is useless. I can't hear.
I'm not gonna decide what I'm doing tomorrow because I don't have D&D. So I'm thinking Hades.
It's a really good game. I haven't gotten it yet. I know it's good.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it until I finish Cyberpunk.
You know what I'm doing tomorrow?
Hang out with your kids.
Well, once they go to bed, I'm gonna open up a bottle of wine and binge the entire season of WandaVision.
Nice.
Oh shit! Yeah, I gotta do that now that that's all out. I've not watched any of it.
I've seen them all. I have not seen the finale, so I'm gonna watch them all and then watch the finale.
Yeah, I'm off Monday and Friday next week, so maybe this weekend I'll catch up on stuff. Because I have to watch WandaVision, The Expanse, and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, I'm still on season 3 of The Expanse.
I need to stop watching Twitch streamers.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop right now. Fuck you, Alice.
What? What?
I was just saying I need to watch other stuff aside from Twitch streamers.
Mm-hmm. The fuck is
All right,
warm?
so yeah, Vorm, you here?
Before
Like,
we start,
reels?
I'm gonna go throw away these chicken bones.
All right.
Oh, I gotta talk to you, Leg, about chicken when you get back.
No, you.
No, it's not like a meme. I'm just. Hey, Corp, you know what I was thinking about earlier?
What?
Remember Roof Talk?
Yeah.
I wonder if I still have that on my hard drive.
Vorm, are you there? Come on. Ah. Balls.
Sorry.
Okay. Just making sure you're alive.
Not really, but
Oh.
sort of.
You good?
That's debatable at this point.
Remains to be seen.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow morning if I tell the first person who fucking talks to me to fuck off or not.
Oh, I'm gonna DM you at 6 a.m. and just see what happens.
That's assuming that I wake.
Well, it'll be there waiting for you.
All right, that's fair.
I cannot find.
No, I'm talking customers.
I don't envy you.
Oh my god, I found it.
Well, they better be patient and they better not be dicks. Because I'm about 4 seconds away from telling this company to fuck themselves.
And that was created on. Well, that's funny. How can the creation date be after the modified date?
Yeah, that is weird.
That makes no sense.
All right,
The modified date is likely the last time it was modified in production.
interesting.
You created the icon or what have you, like yesterday, but the last modification to that file was probably prior.
Ellis, do you have your speech about $5 Phillips ready yet?
No, I was actually going to tell you that I'm not a big like fast food person, like in general. But we were out running errands today, and the kids wanted some McDonald's. So what I ended up getting was the new premium spicy crispy chicken sandwich at McDonald's.
Was it gross?
It was actually amazing. I give it like
Oh.
like for fast food, I give it a 10 over 10.
Is that one of their selects thing?
Yeah, it's brand new. Like the batter or whatever, it was just really crunchy and
Their
yeah,
their select sandwiches are fucking amazing.
yeah. I went with the
They used
spicy.
to have they used to have like a barbecue like barbecue something one.
Mhm.
It was fucking phenomenal. It was like um it was like fried chicken
Mhm.
with onion rings and barbecue sauce with some like some weird kind of cheese on it. It was fucking amazing, and I don't know what happened to them, and it makes me cry.
Yeah, they do that a lot. They just throw something out there and it's there for like 6 months and then they get rid of it.
Yeah, I was reading an article about like the chicken sandwich wars. How it's just like a big business right now for chicken sandwiches. It started with Chick-fil-A, and then was like Popeyes came out with one,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
Popeyes came out with one and it was a big deal,
yeah,
apparently.
now everybody's trying to like capture
Yeah.
lightning in a bottle.
I'll tell you what. Wendy's has this like breakfast chicken sandwich that's fucking crazy.
Is there a biscuit involved?
I think it's just on like a bun or what was it on?
I hope it's a biscuit.
Hmm.
Probably like an egg muffin. I almost called it an egg McMuffin.
Right?
Ay, Jesus Christ.
All right. Well, all this food talk is making me hungry, so let's distract ourselves with a recap. Who wants to handle that?
Justin, nobody cares about your campaign. All right, we're talking about chicken.
Yeah, that's fair. You can't win against chicken. That's fine.
Uh, maple bacon chicken croissant.
Oh, on a croissant,
fuck.
dude. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
juicy chicken breast, applewood smoked bacon, and maple butter on a flaky croissant bun.
Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
Awesome.
You sign me up.
It was so good.
Oh,
Anyway,
God.
Let me get my notes open here.
I hate you all right now.
Hmm.
So fair word of warning. There's a fair chance I may pass out at any point in time.
Go make a half pot of coffee.
Oh no, the bot died.
No. No.
No.
If I pass out, I'm fucking out. I think I've logged 53 hours this week in
Of
4
sleep?
days. No, work. Monday alone, I was out until 11 o'clock. I start at 9 a.m.
2 hours, that ain't bad.
If
Yeah, I wish.
I was gonna say, if nobody else wants to do the recap, I'll try. But if someone else wants to try, I'm happy.
Have at it. Have at
Go
it.
ahead.
My brain is
Bot,
fried.
no.
Leg or
Bot
Cobra?
died.
I don't want to.
Hey, there we go.
I honestly don't remember.
All right. So, Justin, would you be able to bring up the map of the building we were in last time?
Yeah.
Because that'll jog my memory a little. Okay. So as I recall, we began last session with the witch, Arco, and Ajax. We had knocked on the door of the lighthouse as the pigeon and the madcap were scaling the exterior, trying to find a way in. We were looking for the Levingham spellbook, which we think contains the secrets of making residuum. Am I correct there?
That's what Lady Drake believes.
Yes, we believe that it may have that knowledge. And we encountered the caretaker, or the butler, who said that we were not allowed in because the master was home. And the session picked up with us in a fierce melee with the caretaker, and we were able to overcome his imps. Arco was able to basically face tank him, as I recall, as the madcap. Yeah, as the madcap arrived just in time to pretty much save Quen by throwing the silver axe at the imps that were surrounding her. Ajax had been taken over by a a spell which had clouded his mind, and he could not discern friend from foe. But after the battle, we searched the tower, and in the interest of time, we searched the tower, and we were able to, through different methods of deception, make our way to the top. And there was a circle in the middle, and we were able to, through the use of a arcane ritual. Let me scroll down here. We were able to activate it and learn some of what the demonologist has been up to. There were 3 recorded conversations we were able to see. The first one was between, they were actually all, I believe, between the demonologist, Lady Drake, Baron Tarkov, and the mysterious Bowman, the figure who took out Kemmler and then almost took out our Madcap several sessions ago. They were discussing Levingham's successor and how the Bowman took care of him, and the Bowman indicated that Fat Tusk is going to steal something from the Draconian Magister. I'm not sure what I wrote there.
Basically, Lady Drake said, though she detests working with him, Fat Tusk is the only one ballsy enough to steal from Draconian Magisters.
Oh, yes. Yeah, so
indicating a plurality, so more so it's like not anyone in specific, just, yeah. This is not something that you should normally do, but he's going to do it anyways.
Yeah. So, I'll let you add more flavor, but we watched the 3 videos. They were about them searching for Levingham's spell book, and a little bit about what our party, the Vigilantes, had been doing. Tarkov indicated that Lady Quen is not to be trusted, and we also let's see here. They are, I believe. Let me look here. Owlbear entrusted his journal to someone he trusts. Find Owlbear's journal. Find the spell book, I believe someone said.
Yeah, that was in the last one. They or no, that was the second one.
Okay.
The demonologist had found some kind of note that was probably meant for the successor that got hidden away. About all that.
And then after that, we defaced the circle with the silver axe, and we really roughed up the place and went to leave. And I believe we strung up some of the demons and devils. And then we also took the butler, we tied him to the chair, and I believe we forged a very unconvincing suicide note. And I believe the pigeon left a note that said, how to keep an idiot busy, turn paper over.
Oh, yeah.
After declining to write, do you like D's? And I believe
and then
is that where we left? And then we all left the tower together.
Yeah, Ajax went into the basement to try and follow up on a hunch that he had and didn't really find a whole lot.
Yeah. I'd gone and left a note. I forget what the fuck it was or said, but
I can always go back.
I think it was something about wondering who she was.
Mm-hmm.
And I gave like a time and date of the reference or what have you.
Yes, that's right. You did do that. And then you guys left the tower, and I think we're headed back to the tavern.
Maybe.
Pretty sure that's what where you guys said you were gonna go, or either that, or we ended there, and it was like, we'll
Wait,
decide
where?
To the tavern. I think is where you guys were going.
We specified that we could have.
I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, that does sound right to me.
Yeah.
I thought we were splitting off our separate ways until the decoding finished.
Well, we don't know when that'll be.
Yeah.
Well, I know that Quen would go back to her room at the tavern, unless invited somewhere else.
Okay. Well.
About what time is it?
Nowadays, it's right now it's probably about a few hours to to sundown. Like you probably have a few like 3 to 4 hours before the sun goes down.
I mean, if no one has anything in particular, Madcap would have a couple things he would want to do before, like if we're gonna meet and do stuff during the evening, that is.
Okay. I mean, we could do that. We could have split up for now, reconvene later with clearer heads and potentially more info depending on what Madcap's doing. All right. Then what did you have in mind, Cobra?
So was I able to make like you know how my coat has the blue sashes?
Yeah.
Was I able to like make like quick swap things so I could quickly swap out what color sashes I had?
Not particularly. Because like the sash is worn as part of as like the armored uniform. For your coat, it's kind of like it's stitched in, like as like an armband or something. So it would kind of go around the like one of your biceps, but it's stitched as part of the coat arm. So it'd be pretty hard to swap it unless you were to like unstitch it and then like make it into a regular armband or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I wish I knew more. Not something I ever thought I'd say. I really wish I knew more about sewing.
Right?
Oh shit! One of my receptionists is like an insanely good seamstress. I should ask her.
Yeah, I don't know much about sewing either, but for
Okay.
there's not a lot of like the jacket's kind of all put together. Like it's one whole unit.
Is this like the ropes on the military uniforms?
No,
Like the ropes or whatever?
no, I don't
Or
think his hat.
is it like a full on sash?
I've always figured it's kind of like one of those jackets, but it's supposed to be a little bit more casual. Like you can button it up and make it look really nice, but it looks pretty all right when it's open. But the actual like coloring for showing what sort of division you were a part of is like it's an armband that's stitched to the like actual coat itself on
Oh, okay. So it's So it's forgive the reference, but it's kind of like the Nazi swastika
yeah,
band,
it's like that,
but
but
it's
it's
like
stitched
stitched
onto
on.
it. Yeah, and it's like
Okay, gotcha.
this big blue thing, and it has like the sigil of the city on it.
Yeah. So I mean, typically in that sort of a situation, your best bet is probably going to be one of those. Shit, I don't even know if it's in the game or not, but it's like a magical cloth or something like that. I forget what it is. What's his name?
Cape. There's a cape you can get like that.
Yeah, the what's his name? Jarlaxle, I think has like a
He has that. I think he has
cloak of
a,
many fashions or something.
yeah, I think he has a hat of disguise.
Something like that.
I'm pretty sure that there's like an armor, I think it's like glamored armor or something like that you can like change the appearance of it.
Yeah.
Well, there's glimmering, I
And
believe.
cloak, yeah, cloak of many fashions is a cloak you can change its color.
Ah, right.
That's it. Yeah.
All right, but I don't have that. So, all right, it was just a thought. So I'm gonna like take my investigator coat, leave my madcap stuff behind. In my place inside the lead, I'm gonna put the medium chunk. I gotta find my equipment in my list. So I have the medium chunk of residuum. I'm gonna put that away. Oh wait, or were we meeting to discuss the loot that we got?
I would imagine that would probably be part of your discussion later tonight.
So I'm gonna leave the medium chunk of residual, and I'm gonna take the smallest of the 4 small crystals that I have,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go see Grella.
Okay. All right. You go and knock on the door. The little like kind of sliding slot opens up. She opens it up and then kind of has to like lean up to look down, and then opens the door. Goes. Oh, well, not visiting me in the evening. What's the occasion?
Oh, it might be business evening, and I give her a big grin. I bought presents.
Oh, I love presents.
So I'd come in. I would quickly take out the small chunk of residual.
Her eyes like just light up when you pull it out.
Be like, first, put this somewhere safe, if you please.
I'm sure I got a lead box somewhere around here. So she'll go kind of sifting through the shelf over there, and she finds a kind of really small, shitty-looking box. And brings it back over, and once it gets a lot closer, you have the distinct smell of like lead lining in it. She goes and puts it in there.
I know what lead smells like. It's a weird
Yeah.
thing to say. And then I'm going to take out my flask of the demon's blood. Like, so this is full of demon's blood, or fiend blood. I don't know what you.
Which creature did you take it from? From who?
Ambien.
The Cambion? Okay.
I don't know what you might use it for. I don't know what I thought you might use it for, but it's there if you want it. I don't need the flask back.
She kind of is looking at it very quizzically, and then looks back at you, and then looks back at it, and then looks back at you. So it's just, I could ask how you got this, but I'm pretty sure it's self-explanatory, and I don't want to know where this fiend was.
Yeah,
But
just best not to go there.
I'm sure I can do something interesting with that, but that's going to be a bit trickier. That's not like just, a harmful, plant or something like that, something that's toxic. That's dark shit. But I'm certain I can do something with it.
Well, now for something more conventional, and I'll kind of put the full stack that I have and start taking bottles out of it and just putting them on the table.
Oh, it's like a kid at Christmas. She's like looking at the labels on these and just going like, "Holy shit! That's from halfway across the world. That's an Almarian ingredient. Holy shit!" Yeah, no, she's like looking at all this stuff and just eating it up. Not literally, but like just
That'd be
like,
weird.
yeah.
I don't
alchemy.
believe you.
Just shove random alchemy ingredients in your mouth, figure out what they do.
So I'll say, well, you know what we do when we found a bad person's supply room.
Yeah, don't I know it? This is gonna really help. These are some very exotic things. I got a couple of ideas brewing already now. Huh.
That's what I like to hear. And here, I'm gonna drop 10 gold on the counter.
All right.
For any, incidentals, whatever else you might need.
Fair enough. Might need some fancier stuff, but you never know. Appreciate it.
Of course. And I have other things to take care of, so I'll leave you to it.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get to work and see if maybe I can come up with anything interesting.
So I would leave, and I want to see. I don't know. Maybe I'd probably go see the person that made my axe, that enchanted it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if I can get a box of paper birds.
Okay. I'll roll real quick. All right. That's pretty good. Um, she goes and many at my disposal, so I can't give you a full box, but I do have one that I might be willing to sell. I do need to keep a few on hand for my own personal use, but let me double check. I actually did have those priced out somewhere else on a different sheet.
A box is considered an uncommon item. But
Oh, is
usually
it? I thought a paper bird's a singular item.
So paper birds usually come in a small flat box containing 1d6 plus 3 sheets of parchment.
Oh, okay.
This is right from the Dragon Heist thing.
Okay. All right, let me double check this. Usually come in a... Okay. But, so they're an individual item, but they're usually found in a box.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll say she does have her own box, but they do take a while to create, so I'm gonna see how many she's willing to sell to you.
Sure.
And first, just see how many she has. Maximum. So she'll be willing to sell you 3 of them.
Okay.
In total, each one. In total, for all 3, it would be about 120 gold.
Jesus. 40 gold for a piece of paper?
Wait, hold on. No, I was looking at the wrong thing. Never mind. We'll drop that down to about 80, just because traveling, flying information is not it's
Cobra,
not cheap.
next time the shopkeeper offers you like way too much, don't say anything.
No, she offered me 3 for 120 gold. Now it's 3 for 80 gold.
Oh, I thought you were selling it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I did the math on my thing wrong because there's a quantity, and I was reading the thing wrong. That's my bad. I should have wrote it down as how much each one was per.
How about 3 for 75? Easy 25 apiece.
I can do that. It's 5 gold. She's not going to sweat it too much.
That is so much money. It's
Yeah,
alright though. I really don't care about money.
Hey,
so.
but they're reusable, so they're pretty useful.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're reusable. Oh nope. If the bird's hit points or speed is reduced to 0, or is otherwise immobilized, it turns to ash. It doesn't say anything about them like being destroyed once they are red or something like that.
Yeah, but they have to like write on it.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
I would say once they're delivered, I think you'd have to wait until at least dawn to write on them again. So you couldn't like write and then send it back. It like goes in, it turns into a bird, and it lands, and then it becomes just origami with writing on it for however long until dawn.
Okay. And then like the writing would disappear.
Then the writing disappears at dawn. Yeah.
Okay, that's neat.
They can be reused. It doesn't specify. It only says like how it can be destroyed. That's weird. Oh, whatever.
So one more question.
Mm-hmm.
So I have that now. It says you have to speak the person's name. Now, is that like their true name or the name you know them as? Because I was thinking, okay, I'm going to give one of these to Grella. She can let me know when she's got something for me. Then I'm like, oh, that would mean me telling her my real name. I don't know if I want to do that.
Speak a creature's name. That is a good question.
Can I ask the shop lady as I'm there?
Yeah. I also got to think of an answer because that's
If you want to take some time, that's fine. I'll
yeah.
you know.
Speak of
Okay,
creatures name.
Probably have to go with like either a birth name, or their true name, because think about it. How many Bobs are there out in the world?
That's
Yeah,
true.
Hey,
I feel
I
like
need this to go to Bob. Which
but there
one?
could be another Osric Fierceheart. You know, I mean, there could be. It's like your. I figured you were putting your intent into the
Yeah.
magic as you were saying it.
I will say this. We'll go by Death Note rules where it has to be as close to what their true name is. So even if it's like not like if you go by Bob, but your proper name on like your birth certificate is Robert, it doesn't have to be Robert, but like it has to be
So it's kind of
some
like going and you have to say the name, but you have to be imagining their face or something like that.
So that
when you're saying.
way, in case there is another person out there with the same name, the imprint of what the person looks like is put into the magic. But you do have to have you do have to at least know. We'll say at the very least the person's first name, and you
And
have to have a
Madcap
regular
would be
image. Yeah, Madcap is a title. It is an alias, so that would not work.
What if it's like Batman? I mean, like,
Okay, but that's Batman
what's
though.
how come you know it's fake? He called me Bruce. Well, that's your name. It's not my name. You know?
Yeah, well, that's Batman though.
I'm just goofing. No, totally cool. That's one thing I would also. Next thing is, do I know Sudash's route, like police route?
Yeah, Lucia told you that he typically, the guards typically don't get like routes; they get like areas. So, she said that his area typically is Harkon's Plaza, and he tends to stay closer to the northern side of it. So it's a big area. So a lot of a decent number of officers are there.
And she didn't give me his like home address, did she?
No, she was very much like that's probably going a little too far on my end, but here's where he is usually. And she figured, you'll probably either follow him or just, try to talk to him or something like that.
All right. In that case, I'm going to go to. Use the rest of my time to go to South Batas.
Okay. What are you looking
in
for?
in my guard outfit, I want to go to Ajax, where Ajax said his home was.
Okay. Say go ahead and make a survival check, just because definitely an area of the city that you're less familiar with. Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Takes you a bit, but you do manage to find the home that he described in approximately the same location.
Now, is it like an apartment, a townhouse, an actual standalone home?
I'd say it's probably closer to like a townhouse for South Batast. There do appear to be lights on the inside. Like there's some candlelight coming in.
Well, it's still like daylight, right?
Yeah, it's like at this point with all the walking around that you've done and everything like that, it's like the sky is definitely turning like orange and stuff like that. Sun's about to go down.
It's getting real low. Not as much time for this as I hoped. I'll just knock on the neighbor's door, like
Okay.
the nearest neighbor.
A dwarven man, kind of short, scraggly beard, like one his hair's kind of long and like stringy. He's balding a little bit, and but like on the side, his hair is braided. Um, just like there's one like large thick braid, and he just goes, and you're wearing your guard jacket, right?
Yes.
Hi, can I help you, investigator?
I do hope so. And if shit. Um, I know I'm a little out of my jurisdiction, but something of a cold case has come up on us. Um, I was wondering, might I ask how long this has been your residence?
Uh, Something of a few months. Moved out from the bits, moving up in the world slowly but surely.
Well, that's good. Congratulations. And I'm afraid I don't think you can help me. Have you got to know any of your neighbors?
A bit, but I don't know. Kind of a private person. Tend to keep to myself. Just focus on my work.
Understandable. What is your work?
Oh, I do some smithing for somebody closer to the docks, doing things for like fittings for ships and whatnot.
Good. Well, the incident I'm looking to recall was about 3 years ago. So
3 years. I heard some of the neighbors talk about an incident here. Uh, he kind of points to the residence that you came here to find. He goes, "Yeah, that one I think was unoccupied for a very long time, up until a little bit before I moved in."
yeah, a woman went missing.
Sad business.
Could you point to which of your neighbors that you heard discussing it? I'm hoping to find any information about it.
Oh, it's gonna be Miss Irons. She lives a bit further down the block that way. He kind of points to one of the houses on the corner, a bit further away. She's this block. She's been here the longest. Nice lass.
Well, I appreciate your time and send me on the right track, sir.
No problem. Goes and closes the door.
Right, go to the house.
Okay. Do the same thing. And you wait just a moment, and then an older human woman, not like old like Sarah at the Grizzled Gold, but definitely like in her mid to late 50s. Kind of opens, goes, looks around, and then looks down. Goes, oh, uh, what can I help you with today, officer?
What did the dwarf say her name was?
He said, Miss Irons.
Miss Irons. And I just kind of like wait for her to give any.
Oh, yes.
I'm Officer Dragon. And I've been sent. We've come across, um, well, a possible link to something that might have happened 3 years ago here. And I kind of like point my thumb back at the house that I'm concerned of.
Oh, that's right. Foul business, that. You want to come in and discuss it? Probably bad form to do it out here on the porch.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
And she leads you in. She goes.
And Osric goes missing.
She too turns into a Cambion. No. She goes and sits down at her table. Modest little abode. A couple of knickknacks here and there. Just kind of a typical, um, you know, approaching elderly woman's kind of abode. So, poor lady Shoshana, such a beautiful lass, wonderful singing voice too. I do hope that she's all right to some extent. What have you found? What sort of questions do you have about that?
Well, it's come to the attention of some certain people that um, 3 years ago there wasn't something so much of a thorough investigation like sashes of a certain color.
Hmm.
And the Master Ajax has made it aware to some people of a different color. And we're going to see what we can find.
I certainly hope you can turn up anything. Well, I was among some of the people that were questioned about that, but I honestly can't tell you that much. I arrived home and after doing my errands for the day, and in the later hours of the night, and eventually there was some commotion going on outside, and I saw there were a number of guards, orange sashes, I believe, going from door to door and, well, doing their investigating. They were concerned there might have been a murder or a kidnapping or something. Poor Mr. Coldwater was just. I've never seen the man so devastated in my life. And he's a tough, hardy person, from what I hear. But uh, can't say I know that much. If anything happened to her, it must have happened while I was out.
And would that time have just been during the day?
Possibly, yes. This was closer to spring, so the sun went down a bit earlier than it does now. So I'd say I was home about maybe an hour or so before the sun fully went down. Whatever happened must have happened during the day of all things.
Not the prime time for kidnapping.
No, but it is also a time when people would most likely be out of their homes. So if she was home at that point, can't imagine there would be too many witnesses as well. At least that's what the god was saying. Makes some sense some morbid sense when you think about it.
Mm, Did everything seem fine between her and Mr. Coldwater?
Yes, they were. They were quite the pair. A very odd pair, but one that I can tell was, uh, barring any, barring our current line of events, would have made a very nice couple.
Did you or anyone in the neighborhood, get particularly close with Shoshana? Know her well?
Uh, she would come and talk to me on occasion, seeking advice on various matters. Uh, a woman with many years of experience, and despite her longer lifespan than my own, she was still she was still young in comparison. But everyone else, I'm not entirely sure. I mostly keep to myself ever since I lost my husband. It's just not a whole lot of motivation for me to get to know people. But if they come to me, I'm an open book. I'm sorry if I'm not being overly helpful, but it's just out of everyone on this block, I'm the only one left from around that time. Everyone else has since moved.
Oh, that's yeah. Not surprising. Things in these areas change quite a bit.
3 years is a long time in the city, even outside the walls. Especially outside the walls, honestly.
Any unusual characters you had been seeing around that time?
Well, I mean, there's those fellows with the masks you see every now and then, but they're becoming harder and harder to spot. I think they're becoming wise to this old crone's vision. That or my vision's getting worse. One of the two.
The Pipers,
Pipers,
right?
I think they call them.
Okay.
Yeah, just referring to the Pipers.
Pipers.
Pipers always wear masks.
Yes, it's very difficult to find them. Now, would you think they would, if they weren't involved, would they know who would be if something nefarious was to happen in their turf?
Possibly. I mean, I don't presume to know much about the goings on of shady characters, but I mean, they have eyes and ears everywhere. Hold on, I nearly just shat myself. My cat came up and poked my side very aggressively, and scared the piss out of me. Anyways, um, she goes, I know they're quite active around here. Plenty of people all around this area have had at least one thing stolen from them at one point or another. But they might. Getting them to talk to somebody like you might be a bit difficult.
Yes, that's quite an issue sometimes, but I can be persuasive when I need to be. I could have taken up your time. Did you happen to know where any of your former neighbors have landed after their move?
I can't say that I do. Some may have just moved different locations within the south side areas. Some might have gone across the water, or even just across to one of the other towns. I'm not entirely sure.
Um, I appreciate your time, and um, if you do think of anything of import, just please send a missive to um, Captain Lucia Caravella of the Blue Sashes.
I will. If something comes up, I will certainly let them know.
I thank her and make my way out.
Yeah, she goes and gets the door for you and just kind of waves you off. Very nice old lady. All right. Is that all the things you had? Your ideas? You also needed to drop off at least one of the paper birds to Grella, right?
I am not this. I haven't decided yet if I want to tell her my name.
Gotcha. That's fair.
That's why I haven't done that.
Okay.
I would say I don't really watch CSI, so I don't know what questions I'm supposed to be asking.
Yeah, it's fine.
Can we just go up to the house that was his Ajax's house?
Yeah, you can go up to it. Let's see that there's some okay. After a bit of time, a man opens the door. Looks to be a human man, darker skinned, completely shaved head, slight bit of facial hair, very rough. Says, "Oh, hi, officer. What can I do for you?"
Well, I'm leaning on hope at the moment. I don't know if you had been made aware yet, but 3 years ago there was a certain incident on this property.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. It's been abandoned for quite a while. Needed a bit of fixing up, and well, that's what I did. Got it for a pretty good price because of that.
That's good. So there's been a renewed interest in what happened here 3 years ago, and I've been tasked with seeing if I can find any hidden bits of information that could see the light of day and help us now.
Well, I don't know if the bloke who owned this place is still around, but you could potentially ask.
Say, oh, I've met him.
Oh, all right. I don't know how much help I can be for you. I mean,
That's why I said I'm leaning on hope. In your fixing up, did you notice anything strange? Any floorboards that were loose and shouldn't be that might have hidden something? Anything just odd like that?
No, I did have to replace a few of the floorboards. They had blood stains on them. A small amount, a couple of small splotches here and there. Don't want anybody getting any ideas. If I don't know, somebody like you or one of the other sash colors come knocking, don't want them to think I'm hiding nothing. But I mean, do you suspect it's Did they ever determine if it was a murder or a kidnapping? What do you suspect?
Well, I've just begun my investigation today, and the previous one was pretty much left practically untouched.
That's a shame. Well, I can tell you if it was a murder, you can probably rule out the Pipers in this area. From what I hear, they're thieves. They're not murderers. They don't kill people.
I've run in with them. They're far from the worst the city has to offer.
I mean, that doesn't mean they're not dangerous, and they'll still probably they'll still try to kick your ass, but they're more likely to run than to fight. If it's a kidnapping, part of me wants to say slicers, but they don't come this far. The most they do is they get into the bits in their turf wars with the Harkers, but uh, this far in.
This guy seems to know what he's talking about. Can I get a read on this guy?
Yeah, sure. Make an insight check. Yeah, I roll a piss. You get the sense that this guy probably has had run-ins with the seedier parts. Whether or not he's still active, you're not sure, but it definitely seems like he, based on what he's talking about, he at least knows a bit about how like the underground kind of operates.
But I don't get the feeling that he's going to be involved in one of these groups.
It doesn't look like it. If he was involved, he would probably be a lot more cagey. You're looking at his body language. He's not fidgeting that much beyond scratching the back of his head when he's thinking. It just seems like a guy who's these are things I've heard. These are the things that I know for one reason or another. But yeah. Maybe did something when he was younger. Who knows?
If it was the slicers, I feel like there'd be a little bit more blood.
Probably. Though from what I hear, I start going back to the dwarf accent. Though from what I hear, things might be changing around there. It's hard to get any kind of word from that part of town since the guards pulled out.
You've heard something.
What'd you say?
I said, but you've heard something.
Rumors here and there, just from words on the street. People who I work over on the docks, and so sometimes you get people who pass through the canal, the things they see along the edge of the city, or people who travel through. You hear things.
Care to share? I mean, I haven't heard. If anything, I've heard the slices are increasing.
Well, they are. They're increasing their hold over there, from what I hear. I mean, how could they not? They basically won a war against the White Sashes. They killed their captain too. That's big news. But from what I hear, a lot of the killings that they're known for started to slow down, but people are still going missing.
Oh, I do know of that actually. Yeah.
Ah, okay. That's that's his info. Let's see. Let me see if he knows anything else. The The lady around, it was a lady, right, who went missing here, if I recall.
It was.
Yeah. What do you know about her?
Unfortunately, not much. Not as much as I'd like. Met her.
Did you at least know like her occupation, her talents, that sort of thing?
She was a barmaid. That's what she was, right?
She's a bard, actually.
Oh, she was bard.
Yep.
Um,
She came from outside the city to the city to find work. Sarah is her father's sister, and yeah, she ended up going and getting the job at the Gull through Sarah, who's already working for Ajax.
okay. I'll say, she was a bard. She worked at a tavern inside the walls.
Bard. Well, if she knew magic. That gives me an idea. I don't know if your boys kind of points to your sash color. I don't know if your boys and girls have been getting in on this, but from what I hear, there's been some disappearances of magically inclined folks, people who are going to the academy, younger people, or people who are passing through. Um, I think somebody, mm, not around here, further closer to the shoreline, so kind of like this area is what you're getting. Went missing a few months ago, and then a few months before that, I heard there was somebody who lived inside the walls as well. I mean, people with magic are dangerous, right? So anybody who can make them disappear is, well, not to be trifled with. Wonder who's got it out for him.
Oh, don't you worry, I'll trifle.
I don't doubt it.
No, that's particularly. You don't have any information about these folks that went disappearing.
I know.
Like more recently than this 1-2 years ago.
Yeah, like these were like a few. Like the first one he said was like a few months ago, and then there was one that was a few months before that he's heard of.
Yeah, any of those more recent ones.
Yeah. I don't know exactly where they live. That's just where I heard about they went missing. If there's been any reports filed, I don't know. You could talk to people in the orange sashes. They run this sector, so pretty much like Batast to here-ish. Or I don't know if any of them went to the. I think one of them went to the academy. You could probably talk to them. They might know who the person is, and then you can go from there. It depends on who you want to go through, I guess.
Yes, looks like I have a couple options now. You've been very helpful, Mr.
Oh, let's see. One sec. Making people up on the fly is fun. They call me Griff.
Griff.
I'm going to. I'm going to give Griff 5 gold.
Oh, mighty generous of you, sir.
You've been very helpful, Griff. Keep your ear to the ground, and maybe I'll be back.
I'll see what I can do.
You'll offer him a hand to shake.
Yeah, he's human, but you know his hand's pretty big, so it kind of like encompasses your whole hand. But he does shake nonetheless.
I'd kind of give him a nod, and I'd probably grab my madcap gear and make my way towards the Gaul.
Okay. Give me like 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Sure. Vorm, did you say that only Soshana's belongings were missing from your house?
No, well, yeah. So yes, there were some of her items were missing, but like nothing of real value had been taken, except for like the gold that had been set aside for their upcoming wedding. That, and maybe a few bits and pieces of jewelry, but like all of his items were still there. So it wasn't like somebody's jumped in and went and smash and grab and just took whatever they could. It was probably a little more what's the word, surgical, so to speak.
Calculator.
All right, I'm back.
We all know that it was Pigeon that did it.
Exactly. The robbery and your wife being kidnapped or fiance, completely unrelated.
Exactly.
Totally done by a 13-year-old.
Yeah. That's probably about how old he would have been at the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but before the mask even probably physically even existed.
Back then, he was just boy. All right. In this brief bit of time, is there anything else anybody else wants to do?
I don't think I have anything in mind.
Okay.
I mean, if it's during the day, Ajax is probably either asleep or is working at this point. So he's pretty simple to go and keep
So
going.
you go and catch like a quick nap at home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is this the same day that we were at the tower?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're jumping ahead like 4 to 5 hours, basically.
Gotcha. All right.
What about Pigeon Man or Witch? What you got? You got anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Ellis?
Am I more awake than Ellis is?
Maybe he stepped away to do something.
He doesn't have his webcam on his stream right now, so it's not like I
Yeah.
can go and look at his stream to check.
Yeah, I went and checked just to see, and
Well, Justin, can I just refresh? So that masquerade mask could be found, I think, on with Madame Forben's chest.
yes.
Okay, that just looked pretty generic, right? It didn't seem to have any secret society significance. It was just a fancy mask.
Yeah, it seemed like probably something she wore for certain parties, or when concealing her face would have been important. That's kind of the vibe you were getting. Yeah, or maybe it's some weird sex thing. You don't know. It's valuable,
We're
though.
gonna eyes wide shut this bitch. Movie. So we say valuable. About how much do you think the mask would be worth?
It's on it was on one of my treasure tables in the DMG.
You didn't get any information that there's any magic involved with it, right?
No, you didn't see any runes, or you didn't feel like any hums on it or something like that. Let me double check, because I know this is an item in the treasure tables.
We know it's not magical because it didn't play any Gregorian healing chants when we touched it.
It's worth probably about 25 gold pieces, give or take. Yeah, it's a small art piece object.
I didn't know you rolled on a loot table for it.
I tend to do that when I don't have ideas for what kind of loot I want to give you guys.
I thought it might be a hint that there's a masquerade going around, and I was going to have Madcap make masquerade masks for everyone.
That gives me an idea, though, but so we put a pin in that.
Which is the reason Madcap wanted it, is because he was going to make masks for everyone.
Oops.
Ooh, that might be a good way to catch a lot of people in like one place. Though. Try and like get Quen to set up like, a masked party.
Yeah, too bad Ellis isn't here for this discussion. He'd be eating it up.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So I was asking you earlier, is there anything you wanted to do in this kind of brief few-hour period before everybody meets back up?
Okay, so I was planning to. Okay, let me. Okay, I do want to go to some sort of an enchantment magic shop. To show some of the loot and also talk about my blade. But
Okay.
Quen's also really feeling like she wants to rest at some point in the very near future. It's like
I'd say a quick stop to the magic shop will be fairly quick.
Certainly.
Let's see. All right. You go to Augury and Alchemy. This is the same place that Madcap got his thing enchanted. We'll say you show up a little bit later after he stops by there, just so that it's not awkward. The proprietor there is a.
Hold on. Can we have it that I see Madcap coming out and I like awkwardly turn and I like hide.
Yeah. The owner is a high elf, probably in her mid 300s. Her name is Myri Jarsali. She sees you walk in and greets you. Good evening, my lady.
Good evening. Sorry, I just shoved a whole cookie in my mouth. I'm sorry. I would say I have a bit of business to take care of this evening. I was rather hoping you were free to help me.
She looks around. I'm open at the moment. Seeing, you see, there's nobody in the store.
It's very Basil faulty. If anyone gets that reference.
I don't, but
so I would say first of all, I seem to have come into a small bit of inheritance. My cousin's house had some trinkets in it, which I thought perhaps you could look at and tell me if they were valuable or perhaps what they do.
Very well. I can perform a few identification rituals for you if you have a few minutes to spare.
Of course, it would be very, very interesting.
Yes, I'm pretty sure there is a component cost to identify, right? Let's see.
To identify? I don't think so.
You need a pearl worth at least 100 gold, but it's not consumed, so she will not charge you for this.
100 gold each, I would just say. No thanks.
So. All right. So.
Well, at this point, I would lay the goggles with the runes etched into the strap on the counter and say, "These very interesting. I thought about trying them on, but thought better of it."
Okay. You set it down. She goes and pulls out what you presume is her spell book. She flips to a page fairly early on into it, and then you can see she goes and pulls out a piece of parchment that already has a kind of ritual circle penned into it. She rolls it out flat and then places the goggles on it. You see she starts doing this incantation. She closes her eyes and you can see the sort of magical energy starting to swirl off of that ritual circle and kind of envelop the goggles, sort of like scanning over it like a printer. And then when she opens her eyes, they're kind of glazed over white and then kind of fade back into her her normal eye color. And she just goes, curious. These are called goggles of night. Wear them, and for someone with less gifted eyesight than ours, they will be able to see in the dark as we do.
Ah, very interesting. I have a friend who I think could make very good use of these. Indeed, are they valuable?
Quite valuable. If I were to sell those myself, I would probably price them at around either 250, maybe 300 gold, perhaps.
Very interesting. And
They're magical items, then. They're not cheap.
no, not at all. Speaking of which, and now at this, I pull out the jewelry box, opening it and showing her the amulet inside. And I'd say, this, I believe, was an heirloom. It belonged to my great uncle Mordecai.
You have to lie about every little thing.
What am I going to say? I stole it from the lighthouse.
The guy at the pawn shop doesn't ask where you got the VCR.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
They do ask where you got TVs, though. I know from
Sounds like-
experience.
Yeah, I was gonna say that sounds like a little bit of experience talking there.
Look, I pulled it out from under the highway.
All right. She repeats the same sequence again, taking about a minute, and identifying the amulet within. Even more curious. You're never mind. This is referred to as a periaptive wound closure. If you have a friend in the guard, or perhaps one of those adventurer types, they would find this quite useful should they, need to rest up after a difficult fight.
Okay. Does it? I don't have a strong inclination with artifacts of this kind. Is there a word of power, or do you simply hold it?
There is no word of power for it. Its effects are automatic, but you must spend some time attuning to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, wear the item and focus in on its power. Once you've done that, as long as you do not end the attunement yourself, it shall remain.
So, Justin, what exactly does it do?
It's on D&D Beyond. It's a basic rules item. Requires attunement. While you wear this pendant, you stabilize whenever you are dying at the start of your turn. In addition, whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, you double the number of hit points the die rolls.
Whoa, is this a no? You don't have to roll death saves?
It doesn't say that. It pretty much it doesn't say that it only happens once or something like that.
It stabilizes you. It does not necessarily mean that you.
Yeah,
come
you'll still
out
be
of it.
at. You'll be at 0 and unconscious, but you're not making death saves.
It's basically spare the dying.
Yeah. So it
Pretty
will
much.
stabilize you, but it won't stop something from smashing your head in.
No. Yeah, I got that. Very interesting. Yes. Perhaps I could donate this to the guards. I'm sure that one of them could make very good use of it. While I have you at this, let me take a look here. She would pull out the effigy of the fiend made of whalebone and say, "This was a wedding present from my second cousin on my mother's side, Salomon de Bivouac de Leoncello, and he gave this to my cousin. It was maybe 600 years ago. It is quite old, as far as I know."
You say that with such fucking fluidity. It's like you've got this memorized. What the hell, Ellis?
Man, I'm really glad I just sell things to a fucking snakehead.
Right?
I don't suspect that this is magic. I'm not reading anything off of it. Let me try something different.
Hmm.
She goes and pulls out a wand. She pulls like one of the drawers open, and you hear like a little like clattering of like bits of wood hitting each other. Looking over, you can see it looks like a number of wands. Here's a she looks. All right, this one pulls it out, kind of traces over it. Um, hmm. No, it's not magical as far as I can tell. Just seems like a decently carved piece of whalebone. I'm not much of an art dealer. I couldn't really give you an idea, but I know these whalebone carvings that some of the sailors do. They don't go for much as far as the sort of value I deal in, but be worth something.
Very good. I certainly have an appreciation for the finer things and art. And at this, I would pull out the large messenger bag that has magical runes on the strap. I would lay this on the table. Opening it, I pull out a wooden case. I open it, and I say, "This is very interesting. It's a case of GE Force, the RTX 3080s. It's a full case of them.
God damn it!
I understand these are very, very rare."
Yeah, don't I know it? I was looking to see if GPUs restocked literally like 30 minutes before we started.
Yeah. Do you play at 4K,
What
Justin?
are you doing? What was that?
That was an alarm. Sorry, I'm prepping for tomorrow morning.
Okay, I was just wondering what that was.
Do you do 4K, Justin?
No, my monitors don't do it, but I do have high refresh rate. I can go up to 120 on both my monitors.
Cool.
30 series is overkill.
I just do. I'm actually looking to. We can talk about this later, but I'm looking to rebuild my PC at some point. So I'll hit y'all up for advice later.
Yeah.
God knows you've needed it for years.
Well, I'm thinking just like a 3060 Ti might be all right.
Yeah, if you can find one.
Well, I know. I'm just looking. Maybe in 6 months.
The 3060 Ti is the most sought after mining card currently.
Oh, is it
That
really?
is not like for like people who are just like mining on consumer grade hardware and not ASICs and mining grade equipment. Yeah.
I mean,
basically only pieces of shit.
So like I just run 1080p pretty much, and I'm trying to keep it under like 400 if possible.
Yeah, good luck with that in the mod.
Well, again, if I have to do it in like 6
But
months,
I can.
Yeah, like 6 months or
But
a year is
I
fine.
can help you with.
Thanks. So I appreciate it. Like I will show her the bag.
Okay. She there's definitely magic still on that, with the spell still active.
Yes.
She goes and puts the wand back down. Begins that ritual again. Oh, See, and here I was worried you had brought me something cursed. I've had a terrible run-in with what's called a bag of devouring once before.
I was very
I'm
careful.
always very
not...
careful when it comes. I'm always very careful when it comes to storage items that come in.
Yes, I did not want to put my hand in.
It's probably a good idea. That's what the last guy made the mistake of. But this is not that. This is the far tamer version, the bag of holding.
Oh, it's a bag of holding.
Yes, a quite useful piece of adventuring gear. It's as long as you can fit it inside of the pouch, it can go in there, and there's an extra dimensional space that this bag is linked to that can hold upwards of about 500 pounds worth of material before it can no longer hold anything.
Interesting. A rare item indeed.
Yes, I saw there was an adventuring party that came through a number of years ago, and they had one, and one of them pulled a whole glaive, an entire near 10-foot long pole with a blade on it out. Nearly hit the ceiling.
My goodness. Quen would put a hand on her chest and adopt a surprised expression.
Well, as I said, if it can fit inside, uh, it through the hole, it can go into that space.
Yes. I do have my sister's brother-in-law, Mannheim Wolflaser de la Contrella Silvermoon. I think would very much appreciate this.
You just have a bunch of names prepared for fake relatives or real relatives. I don't know.
I would actually point to the scrolls that or the spell book that she was using before and say, I wonder if I was out and about and I wanted to cast this spell to identify something, would you have a scroll that would allow me to practice this?
I do have a number of spell scrolls that I have prepared over here, and she kind of pulls uh, a small curtain that kind of covers some shelving behind her counter. You can see there's a number of rolled up scrolls in like little cubbies.
Yes.
I have a number of identify spell scrolls available. I make quite a lot of these.
Yes.
I deal with a lot of adventuring parties that come through for one reason or another,
Mhm.
and well, some of them they don't always have a caster such as myself capable of doing this sort of magic.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the way you did it was just it was so fluid and impressive. I don't know if I would have the ability.
It's nothing special. I learned this. This is one of the first things I learned when I studied at the Cobalt the Cobalt Sanctum.
You studied at the Sanctum.
Yes.
Oh.
You would know the Cobalt Sanctum is it's one of the like main temples. It's both a temple and like a gigantic library.
Mm.
And it is a temple devoted to the Knowing Mistress Ayun.
Ooh.
The monks there teach spellcasters. There's numbers of magical knowledge. There's knowledge of all kinds there. The sanctum is more focused on the recording of knowledge, so there's a lot of scribes that go there. Whereas the sister location, the reserve over in Almaria, is more of the typical kind of like Library of Congress kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's where a lot of copies of things are stored, as well as on the occasion originals.
Mm. I like the lore.
Oh yeah.
Yes, and what would the cost of one of these many scrolls be, if I may?
Oh, I make them in bulks. I sell these ones for around 50 gold per.
Mm-hmm.
It does not require the material components to cast the spell, since it is inscribed within the spell is stored within the scroll. It has already been cast. It is up to you to release it following its incantation.
Of course. And there was another bit of magic. A while ago, one of my nephews, his name was Bob, he cast a spell. He cast a very troublesome spell. We had to find a local mage to come and dispel it. Would you have something I could use if he causes trouble again?
To dispel magic?
Yes, if it was possible.
Let me double check. Dispel magic. That's like what? That's a first level, right?
I'm just trying to think of. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of stuff that we.
Dispel I think was second or third.
No, it's third. Okay.
I'm trying to think of things that we have wished I had before.
Yeah, it's all good. Let's see.
Spell of silence.
Silence is a good one. Oh, against the demonologist, maybe.
What would Quen do with a spell of silence? Cast it on herself?
Wow.
You can cast it on other things, so it's
Yeah.
just an area.
It's a ranged spell. It's a ranged spell. I think it's like
Thanks
60
for
foot
laughing at my
range
joke,
with-
guys.
I'm gonna cast a spell of extra crispy skin on. Pigeon.
I do not have dispel magic, but I do have sort of its. I do have its well. It doesn't do the same
Same
thing. It's not going to
cousin.
end a magical. I do have silence. It won't end a magical effect, but it will prevent a. If a caster is within its effect, it will prevent them from speaking aloud the incantation required, if the spell requires it.
Mm-hmm.
Ajax can cast silence too. Usually, just punches them in the throat.
Right?
Yeah. I cast fist.
Yeah.
I catch.
Muscle wizard cast fist.
Wrong.
If I may, and these are also 50 gold.
The silence? No, those are second tier, so those are going to be 100.
Oh my goodness. There is one other thing. Before I make a purchase, could you look at a? Now I would know that is this the place that Madcap got the enchanting done?
I don't know if he told.
Yeah,
you
Madcap told her because she asked.
Okay, yeah. Then this is.
Yes. I've heard that you can enchant a weapon with different abilities.
It's one of my specialties around here.
Ah, so at this, I would, with a flourish, I would unsheath my rapier and give it a twirl and place it on the counter in one fluid motion.
You want me to do something with this?
Well, if it was possible, I would like to know. Certainly, I don't do a lot of adventuring, but if I was to need to use this, I think a little bit of extra punch wouldn't hurt.
Well, I can certainly do quite a number of things with it. It just sort of depends on what sort of enchantment you might want out of it.
So I got to admit to you, I had a note in the last week to go through and figure this out, and I just didn't get around to it.
Okay.
You recommended something at the end of last session, and I meant to go back and listen to the VOD.
I think my thing was if you were to go like flame tongue over what is it? Frostbrand, I was gonna say for pure damage the flame tongue is better.
Mhm.
But that's the only thing I remember saying.
Okay.
But there's plenty of other types of weapons that a rapier can be. In addition to obvious, +1, +2s and shit like that.
Yeah. Does anyone else have to go before we meet?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I have to find food.
Do we want to take a 5?
I mean, I'm okay with that if you want to take some time to go over things.
I just want to Google this while they're doing that, if that's all right.
Sure. I mean, if they're gonna go.
Okay. I mean, I was just making a joke, but I mean, I could go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm not. I'm 100% serious.
Enjoy your pantry raid.
Cobra, you there? Top of your head, is there anything like thematically that fits Quen? I don't know a lot of different enchantments.
So when I come up with that, like it can just be literally anything. Like if you want to look through the book, you can look through the book. You can have it be literally anything you want. Something that I mean, Justin hasn't made comment of it, but you could do something like Ruby of the War Mage, which lets you use your rapier as a spellcasting focus.
That's cool.
That's always a neat thing to have if you plan to use a melee weapon while spellcasting.
It's a wondrous item. Okay.
Yeah, it's a ruby that you put onto any weapon.
Okay.
It's a common one, so it's not usually very expensive. But if you were to put that in with something else, it'd be more expensive. And you can just have that built into your, enchanted into your rapier.
Mm-hmm.
You can always have it be something bardic based, like it can store a bard spell or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you look at Well, I don't know if you can. So there's a whole section like instruments of the bards. Has the Kenneth mandolin, the Sil lyre, like those have built-in styles and stuff. So let me look at something real quick.
Instruments of the bards. Yeah.
But generally, copy of it, like use ideas from that. If you want, I have a whole PDF that has like 300 magic items in it that I could look see if there's anything.
Sure. So, Justin, could I? I am not. I'm not a power gamer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would I do like? Could I ask her to give it a +1 and build like a cantrip into it or something, or like how does that work?
She can do that. So basically, I'm good with like throwing +1s onto existing types of items. The thing is, you have to do that at that time. You can't add it on later. Once the enchantment is there, it stays until you know forever, unless you find a way to destroy the magic item or some way for it to become mundane again.
Hang on. Give me one sec.
I was thinking. I don't know if I could build something like. I was thinking, top of my head, something like message or something into it. It's just something with
That'd be pretty cool.
Something with some utility.
All right. So, well, just for instance, in the PDF that I have, there's something called the Mocking Blade, which typically is a short sword, but no reason it can't be something else.
Right.
Requires movement by a bard. This magic sword helps you more effectively add insult to injury. The sword has 6 charges and regains 1d4 plus 2 as charges at dawn. When you hit a creature with this weapon, you can immediately use a bonus action to expend one of its charges to cast a Vicious Mockery spell.
That's pretty fucking good.
That is cool.
When you do, any words you use to insult the creature appear written along the blade for 1 minute, or to replace by a new insult. When a creature rolls a 20 on a saving throw against a Vicious Mockery spell cast from this blade this way, the face adorned in the sword's hilt screams insults at you instead until the end of your turn.
Wow.
The insults are audible up to 30 feet and are directed at your deepest insecurities and regrets. Any creature that hears these insults is made aware of your weaknesses, granting an advantage on this next attack roll against you until the start of your next turn. Once the spell triggers you in this way, it can't be used to cast a Vicious Mockery spell again until 1d4 days have passed.
That's interesting.
Yeah, this thing has so many cool stuff. I can't wait to get my physical copy, which should be shipping any day now.
What
is that? What was that from like a Kickstarter or something?
It was Griffin's Saddlebag.
Oh, okay. Because I backed one that did like a bunch of magic items called Menagerie of Magic, and I just got an update the other day that all the books are ready to go and he's getting them prepped to ship, which is pretty cool.
Here's another one, Sword of Resonance. Oh, in this one he also has like a custom subclass for all the classes, which are really dope. All right, Sword of Resonance. This one's rare. Let me just read it quick. Oh wow, it's a sword that's a loot as well.
Huh.
The main part of it is whenever you expend the use of your bardic inspiration, the sword begins to reverberate with thunderous energy. The next time you hit a target before the end of your next turn with an attack using the sword, they take an additional 1d6 thunder damage.
So Justin, would you? Okay, so I don't want a power game, but I'm thinking like, would she be able to quote me a price on turning my rapier into a +1 with the Vicious Mockery built in, or is that too powerful?
If it has like charges and stuff like that, I don't think that's too powerful because Vicious Mockery is not like a super powerful cantrip.
No.
It's not like Firebolt or Eldritch Blast or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, for her to do that, what rarity is that item, Cobra, on your PDF?
That one was uncommon.
Okay, for an uncommon.
If you want specifically the moon or the Mocking Blade.
For the Mocking-Blade,
Yeah. It wasn't it was uncommon. It didn't have a plus on it or anything like that, like
Yeah.
or whatever.
I mean,
so
yeah,
I'm just
And it's if you want that one specifically.
I
Whereas
probably
I was just looking
like
for ideas.
yeah.
yeah, and again, like I had a mental note to spend time and figure this out, so I was ready. So I that's on me. I apologize. I did not.
That's
get
all
around
good.
to it.
I mean, it'll take time for this to be done anyways. So as long as you can afford what she's going to quote you, um,
Sure.
then yeah, I'm just double checking.
And it would depend. Like, I mean, you might if you I don't know if you want to pick a spell you don't know, because I mean, you know, vicious mockery.
Well, that's true.
But I mean, you could have it like this one where it's on hit, you can use it, or you just have the ability to cast this cantrip or something.
Word of Radiance.
Or Toll the Dead.
Word of Radiance. What's that?
Word of Radiance. I believe it's a 5-foot range, which is kind of weird for it. But I believe it only does a D4 of damage, but it's radiant damage instead. It's a cleric cantrip.
Is that one of those ones that's like area of effect around you? It's like the 5-foot range ones.
No, it's like it's a single creature within 5 feet. I think it's kind of weird.
Word of Radiance, each creature of your choice you can see within range of 5 feet must make a Constitution saving throw or take 1d6 radiant damage.
Okay. I was a little
Bards
off.
can learn a version of that called Thunderclap, and then like wizards and Eldritch Knights can learn Sword Burst, which is force damage.
Oh yeah, I see Thunderclap in my list.
I'm thinking like if we throw like charges and it can do either a cantrip for like 1 charge or maybe like a first level for 2 charges.
Sure.
I'd be willing to put that in there, and she'd probably charge you. And if you get like a plus on it, I'll say this with the plus, she could do one of 2 things. She can either give you +1 to hit and damage rolls, or +1 to your spell save DC.
Ooh.
God, I love this book. Pair of tiny violin rings. One's like a violin and the other's like a bow. If this pair of golden rings plays a sad, sad melody when you rub the 2 fingers wearing them together. Creatures that know the Vicious Mockery cantrip can use this set of rings as a somatic component instead of the normal verbal component required by the spell.
It's pretty good.
Wait, I need that.
It's just so stupid and great.
I need those in real life.
I already have it in the time to get it in D&D, and then I need it in real life, and my life will be complete. The Holy Trinity will be formed.
All right, so I'll say this, Ellis. If you want the spells on it,
Yep.
Without any of the +1s to anything, that's going to be considered an uncommon, and that's going to run you about 500 gold for her to enchant.
Okay.
If you want that and the pluses, it's going to bump it up to about about 700.
Okay, so all right.
I don't think you have that money on you right now unless you sold stuff that was found. But either way, it's going to take her. Let's see, I did 3 days for Madcap's thing. I'd say probably about 3, bordering on 4 days for her to do that.
Okay.
And then, during that time, we can go through which things you might want attached to it.
Okay, perfect. Is that so? That's okay with you? So yeah. So why don't I will give her the commission and hand over my blade at this time.
Okay. She does require full payment up front.
Okay. I will. Let me look here. I'm going to ask her if she will buy the goggles.
Wow, just being like that, huh?
Well,
I mean, she has them. She'll buy. I mean, yeah, she'll buy the goggles. She'll probably give you about 150 gold for them.
okay. I am going to compliment her outfit and try to persuade her to up that a bit
To what?
to 200.
Is that going to put you at what you need?
Just about, yeah.
Okay. But make a persuasion check.
Sure. Oh, damn.
Not even close. He goes, well, flattery can get anyone anywhere, so sure, I can eat the cost on that a little bit.
I'll say they are exceptionally rare. I think your buyers will be very excited.
They're not as rare as you think, but for the right person, they can be convinced of that. So she'll take that in trade, and however much gold you need to give her to make up the difference, and she will begin the process on the rapier.
Okay, so on the price of the rapier, I am going to reaffirm my compliment.
She just she just looks at you and she says, "Trust me, I know what I'm doing with this. Just give me a few days, and I will contact you via sending."
Okay. Yes, I mean what? So I've got what I've got is about roughly 650 gold on me. So I'm just debating. I could.
Oh,
I'm sure I could make that in a day or two.
yeah.
It's so tempting to pay the extra to get the spell save DC up.
So you have 650,
It's
and you have
it's
all
hard.
of there were 5 of those whalebone statues.
There were. That's right.
Yeah, they are art pieces. They're just like, they have a gold value attached to them.
Why don't could I ask her to take the 650 as the down payment, and I will persuade her to allow me to pay her the other 50 in a day or two, or on delivery.
I'll say with the natural 20 that you got before, she says, if you can come up with the extra 50 before I close down for the night, which should be a little bit after sundown, I'm more than happy to do that for you.
Oh, you are
Or
far.
the deal can stand as it is, and you can come back when you have the money.
You are far too kind. And you see, this is why I did not buy any scrolls, because I wanted to get this done first.
Well,
and
I tried to keep a good stock on the scrolls, so you don't have to worry about that.
And Quen is now broke.
What a world.
I know.
I don't know if there's any thought that ran that maybe your allies would want to buy, the goggles for even more than 150.
Maybe. She did say the deal stands, so if you can, if you can come up with the money for 700, another way, you could also just kind of leave it at that. She's not gonna hold the goggles until you come back.
What goggles?
The goggles of night.
You sold them.
Okay.
I'm totally cool. I'm trying to guilt trip Alice.
No,
I mean, I'm giving him an out too. Like, she's firm on the price for the item. If you want to try to
Alice, how
figure out
much?
where the money can come
How
from.
much do you need?
like 50 gold basically. And I can
Okay.
sell those statues, and I can also do some. I could do some fortune telling for a day and probably make a couple gold here and there.
Or you could return to your rooms and find a buyer.
Yes.
Could do that too. There's probably a couple of drunk people who might pay some gold for something.
And Cobra, Ellis, I feel actually very guilty and conflicted. Quen does not give a fuck. She's thinking, oh well, these goggles, someone could have used them. Oh, my sword can't be shinier. Well, too bad.
Who had the Did somebody get a box of turquoise animal figurines? Did somebody have that? Did Arco have that?
No, I have that as well.
Okay.
Oh,
Those are also valuable.
did I give that to Leg?
Damn, when did the witch go on a fucking robbing spree?
When
We
you
got
were at
all
the
the
tower.
loot from the chest.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
We were going to discuss what to do with it, but never mind.
Well, listen. Okay.
Right, I completely forgot that I didn't loot very much there, and I was more more determined to light shit on fire than take.
I want to remind
And they didn't
everyone
like.
that it's meta knowledge that Quen is ripping you off. You don't know this.
You know what you had.
Yes.
Ah.
And Justin, you're being very, very, very fair about allowing the me to look at the spells and stuff. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a custom item. I'm imagining, like, in universe, you would discuss that with her. What spells can she put into it? That sort of thing. And then that's just you and me. You're like, all right, well, what do you want? This is going to be your weapon.
Yes, I really appreciate it. Great. So I would.
There'll be a few sessions before you get it, anyway. So
yes, I will take my leave and thank her very much, and make my way back to the Gull.
Okay. All right. Jake, you didn't have anything you wanted to do, right?
I actually just literally came up with something 30 fucking seconds ago.
Okay, what's that?
I'm gonna go home.
The pigeon coop?
No,
Oh, home.
I'm going to Mama's.
Okay. You take your pigeon hat off. You make your way to your old home.
Don't forget to scrub behind your ears.
Don't worry, I'm ruffling my hair. I'm making sure there's no cocaine in there yet.
Go and I imagine you probably still have a key for it, though.
I'm gonna knock.
Okay. You hear your mother. Just a moment. And then after a brief wait, the door opens. You can see she's kind of rubbing her, like cleaning her hand off on a rag. Just sitting in.
Hi, Mom.
What's the occasion? Come in.
Well, I wanted to know if Priscilla was here, but
No, she has a lot of prep work to do for her initiation ritual, so she's staying at the dorms for now.
oh, okay. Well, I mean, do you know what dorm number she has?
I don't recall. It's in the girls' wing though, so you could probably ask somebody there. Oh, why? What's the matter?
I just wanted to ask her some questions, but I mean, and catch up. But I can catch up with you too.
Of course, I'm always here for you.
Want to play chess and talk?
Sure. Let me go get the board.
That sounded really creepy. I didn't mean it to come off like that.
It's okay. She goes and grabs your the chessboard, gets it set up. You start playing. So, how's the place? Did you get it furnished up?
Yeah, it looks nice. You should come by and look at it. Not like today, but maybe another time.
I've been meaning to. I just I don't know. The place is empty, so I'm doing a few things around here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you probably have a lot of extra room to work.
I do, but
Maybe doll it up and try and sell.
maybe.
I mean, you have one less kid to provide for, so
I still have to take care of myself.
exactly. Why don't you treat yourself? You deserve it.
Well, if I could find the right place, but that's farther off.
Definitely. I mean, it's something to think about, but I had a question for it, but I forgot what it was because I just brain farted. Oh yeah. I mean, how's work?
Well, Housemaid stuff is always it's always interesting. It's always some strange stain that you don't want to think about, and then you have to clean it and all that good stuff. But thankfully, the owner of the house is kind, pays well, doesn't bother her too much.
It's the one thing about cleaning my own place is at least I know what the stains.
That's always good. One less mystery for the day.
Yeah. We all know Marduk could use one less mystery every day.
That is certainly true.
The place is full of them.
Well.
Especially outside the walls.
Well, I always feel it's best to not worry about these sorts of things. It's just the city will remain as it always has. Ownership will change hands. The gangs will come and go. You just have to weather the storm is all.
Yeah.
It's depressing talk, but
Speaking of that, though, I know it's depressing, but I live in the walls now. Anything new out here?
I heard there was a skirmish some of the Hawkers got into towards the middle. She's kind of referring to like this area.
Mhm.
It's pretty rough. But other than what I've heard, that's about it. While I don't trust those Harker fellows, at the very least they are keen on keeping this area safe in a way. I know it's strange considering the things they get up to, but well,
I mean,
I'm just glad we live in this part of the. I'm glad I live in this part of this poor part of the city and not that part, referring to the
Yeah.
Shadeborough.
For sure. And they're definitely not people I look up to, but at least here in the bits, we're a little more civilized than that part. We at
Yes.
least, even if we all don't like each other at all, at least we all know each other. We'll fight to defend that.
Yes, strong community. That's what they always talk about.
I feel like when I walk through these streets, people look at me like I'm a different person now that I don't live here anymore.
I wouldn't get to it. They're just jealous. She gives you a smile.
Maybe, but who's jealous of some punk kid who complains about problems that aren't actually problems in their music?
Well, problems are always subjective, I say. One person's problem is another person's inconvenience or something they don't even isn't a problem to them. It's not something they have to deal with. You should never feel bad about your you should never feel bad thinking that you should never think that your problems are insignificant because if they're problems to you, then that means it's something that's important to you.
I mean, I guess, but at the same time, I feel like there are problems out there, especially in the city, that aren't important to me. The council race.
Well, that is something that affects a lot of people in some ways, even if it doesn't affect you. But
Well, I mean,
my
I live in
point
the
is
city, so it affects me, but
my point is, Justinian, that problems are problems. Everybody has them, and to varying degrees of problemness they have. But never discount them just because it's not pertinent to you. And that goes both ways for everybody. So if we stop thinking about this whole my problem versus your problem, then and just think of them as problems to be solved, then well, a lot of things can get done more efficiently, and for the betterment of everybody, I think. That's just something that people don't think about. So focused on getting theirs and looking out for themselves. There's no sense there's no sense of community beyond certain things in this place.
That's true. You're very insightful. It's nice to talk to you. Nice to catch up. Even
I
if
know.
it's pointless garbage like this. I guess there's a point to it, though. I'm learning. And
Yeah,
by the way, checkmate.
well, I sort of figured that. You're always much more clever than I was.
Bishops are the most important piece on the board. People don't really think about them because they only move in a very, very specific direction, but they really do set up a lot.
Well, problem solving. And she kind of points to the board. Something you're good at. Don't ever think that you're not.
I think a lot of us that come from the bits have good problem solving. Whether it be through violence, through nabbing people's stuff, or just the brains.
Those first two things that you mentioned, she kind of gives you this kind of like cold look, just like it's like, remember, you're talking to your mom. She's just like, well, I prefer alternative methods to problem solving.
I don't think your methods are alternative. I think theirs are the alternative ones.
It depends on who you ask in this town.
Everything's different person to person.
Right,
Learn that from you.
right. Well, do you want to stay for dinner, or were you just stopping by?
I was just stopping by, and I need to catch up with Priscilla, but
Okay.
I would like to meet up for dinner, maybe all of us sometime soon.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Maybe we could have it at your place.
Maybe we could bring it by a friend of mine or something as well.
More the merrier, I say.
I'm glad you think that way. Well, it was nice talking. I'm gonna get going.
All right.
Daylight's only so short in these times.
Take care.
You as well.
She gives you a hug, and lets you
Oh
go.
god, you know I don't like touching.
Hey, I'm your mother. When I want a hug, you give me a hug.
Fine.
You're grounded.
And I'm gonna leave.
Okay.
And I'm going to the academy.
Okay. Excuse me. As you approach the gates to the academy grounds, there are two guards holding pikes, and they go, "State your business for the lateness of the hour."
Priscilla's brother, former student. They know.
They take a second, and then one of them's like, "Oh, come off it, Johnston. You recognize this kid. He's the one that didn't rat you out for your, And he kind of, like, taps his nose. Problem. He goes, right. Sorry about that, Master Nask. Here you go. He kind of opens the gate.
No need for such respect. I'm not that cool. But make sure you keep the stuff at your nose, bud.
And he opens the gate. He opens the, kind of, like, undoes the gate latch and lets you in. You're not allowed in the girls' dorm, but there is a person there that you can ask for, for them to get somebody for you.
I'll do it.
Okay. You wait about 10 minutes or so, and then eventually your sister comes out. She's got like bags under her eyes, and she's wearing her like the school. It's like the robe, like the student's robe. Her hair's kind of a mess. She's like, "Oh, Justinian, what? It's not often."
Jeez, you look like literally everybody I've been in a band with.
I haven't slept
on
since
a regular
yesterday.
basis. Well, have you been outside?
Occasionally.
Well, maybe you haven't gotten enough fresh air. Follow me.
All right.
Is there any, as I would call, secret spots on campus that I know of?
There's like some tucked away like places behind certain buildings and just that are shaded and whatnot.
Is there anywhere high up?
Not really, not without getting on top of like the roof of one of the buildings. 'Cause remember, it is a seaside town, so some stuff has to stay pretty low to the ground usually.
Yeah. That's fine. We'll talk away some.
Okay. You're not going to drop some kind of bombshell on me right now. My mind is a little fried at the moment.
No, I am not. Though I might give hints towards one. I'm not gonna drop the whole thing. I'm not gonna hit you with a quartz pillar yet.
Sure. So what's up?
So, nothing much. I mean, we talked recently, so it's not like much has changed. I just had a little something just irked me the wrong way that I just realized.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little bit something to do. What's the demonologist name?
The first name that you presumably that you got from those recordings was Aremon, Raemon.
Okay, well, she probably doesn't know that name. So, something just rubbed me the wrong way about the gray skin tiefling, the professor.
Look, if you're worried I'm gonna start hitting on him, don't worry. He's not my type.
No, I understood that. One, he's mine, and two,
She's a bit taken aback by that first statement. Just like, I wasn't aware you were into that sort of thing.
I'm whatever gets me information.
Oh, okay. It's one of those conversations. Okay. She's kind of like
But-
rubbing her eyes a little bit. It's just like you get the sense
So-
that when you're done talking, she's probably going to go pass out.
I'm gonna make this quick, but do you know anything about any of his residency, or anybody that would know about his residency?
I told you I attended one of his. He was a guest lecturer a few days ago. He said that he claimed to be the new keeper of Brelandir, the lighthouse. We were a bit surprised because the new person hasn't been publicly known for quite some time. Why?
Just something that I've connected between him and Levingham.
Oh, the old guy? I'm glad I
Yeah.
never knew him. People around here have
Yeah,
some
he-
nasty things to say about him.
I know I'm younger than you, but from what I've read, he's a fucking dickhead.
Was. Good riddance.
Yeah, good fucking riddance. What's not good riddance is I want to track down his spell book.
Okay.
Because, one, I think it'd be worth a lot of money, and two, I know somebody that might be very, very interested in it.
Okay. What does that have to do with me or
Well,
the
you're the person, at least. You're one of the long-term people I've known for a very long time that I can trust.
I mean,
So-
you've known me literally your entire life, so
Yes. That was my point. I can tell you're an arcane student and not that of the art.
yeah.
Hints are not your strong suit. But anyway, there's some tying bonds. Like I said, I'm not going to drop any bombs on you because you're clearly exhausted. Just know that I need to know where he lives. If you know anything about that. Because I know he's not your type. But if any of your girlfriends know anything about that, point them my way, please.
If he says he's the keeper of the tower, he probably lives there. It's a wizard's tower. Well, it doubles as a wizard's tower.
True, but I mean, if you look at records, Levingham had places where he kept things other than just the tower. He laughed.
Well, I guess. I mean, I could maybe ask around a bit, see if, I don't know. No guarantees. I can keep an eye out. But I don't like it when you involve me in your business.
I'm not trying to. Because really, I don't want you involved in my business unless you want to be involved. So, but I'm kind of not very... I don't have very many solid leads. I'm kind of just pulling at fucking rocks on the gravel at this point.
Well, I know it's probably a stupid thing to ask, but I don't know, maybe do you maybe want to meet him? He comes in every now and then for lectures. I could probably see if I can bring you in as a +1, and maybe you can try to talk to him before he goes somewhere else.
Do you know when his next lecture is?
No, but I can find out. He just had one. He probably isn't going to do more than one, maybe a week or so.
It was this week, right? Not last week?
Yeah, it was this week. It was like a few days ago.
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. I was already interested in seeing him speak anyway, but...
It's heavy stuff. You're pretty out of practice, but it'd be nice to spend some time together.
I wouldn't say I'm out of practice. More like... I don't know the words. I'm kind of tired too, but...
You never got to keep your spell book. You're out of practice. And she kind of pats you on the shoulder.
Don't need... But, like I was saying, is... Not out of practice, more like... Learning alone. I don't know the words, but... Self-education. That's the word.
That's the word, yeah.
Independent study.
Yeah,
Right, well, this is fun.
yes, sorry to bother you.
No,
Really,
it's fine. I
let you go
appreciate it.
past
It's this past few days have been a bit heavy. I'm cramming a lot, as you can tell. But I'm doing good. I'm excited.
I'm glad you're excited.
All right. Well,
And if you need anything illicit, well, not illicit, go talk to Am. He'll help you get stuff if you have trouble sleeping.
go talk to who?
Am, the weird dude in the corner.
Oh, okay.
The guy who I'm pretty sure doesn't even actually go.
Right. I'm gonna go pass out. She goes.
You do.
Goes back to her dorm.
Am I alone here?
For now, yeah. She kind of goes on ahead.
I'm gonna pull out of my bag my equipment and put it on. Put on the pigeon mask, and I'm gonna find a fence and fly over it and go to the grizzly.
Scraw! All right. And with that, everyone reconvenes at the goal. For those of you who are approaching in costume, it is a busier night. You can see that there are quite a number of people that you can see through the lit interior. The staff is definitely going abouts, but you do know that there is a back door through the kitchen.
Oh, Justin, I have a I have a quick I have a hot take about the staff here.
Mm-hmm.
I should have got this ready before
That's
So
sort
it's
of the theme of the night, I think.
So it's a lukewarm take on staff.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Vorm,
Yes.
your staff member Tammy.
Yes.
I have some bad news about Tammy.
Okay.
Tammy is the hooker who we found
Oh.
Nadine Ravencroft. So she's been moonlighting on the side.
No, I just I just reused the same token.
I know.
Let's not go accusing the NPCs of
Well, there's
having weird second jobs.
Well, yes, there's no shame. Yes.
I mean, Tammy is built like a milk truck, but
Whoa.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
if she
What?
was the same person, I think she would remember the person that tied a sheet around her neck.
Yeah, that's fair. Very much recognize you.
Yeah. Tammy's a half elf.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Anyway.
that- Yeah.
All
right.
What was the situation? Sorry, I was AFK.
Everybody's coming back to the goal. I think Madcap and Pigeon Man are coming in mostly in costume.
I mean, Madcap's got his coat on, but he's not coming. He would just come in the normal.
Okay.
way. Just not
At
like.
Well, I
what
mean-
point in time would this be?
I'm gonna try
Sun-
and come in
after
through the
sundown.
back because I
Okay.
don't really want Yanine to see me in costume.
Okay.
Probably a smart thing.
Okay.
Well, prior to that, Ajax has business out in the city as well.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize you had something to do.
Oh, I've got like a fuck ton of gear that's on me that I don't need,
Okay.
including 2 heavy crossbows for whatever reason.
Okay.
Because you started
Well, I went and picked them up because I figured I'd need a ranged
Oh,
option,
right.
but
and then you made a warlock.
yeah, so I don't need range anymore. So yeah, Ajax would probably before going back to the Gaul would start off at looking for a smith or someone to go and sell off equipment to.
Yeah, there's kind of like a general
Adventuring.
adventurer supply place that'll take weapons and gear and stuff like that.
All right, excellent. Because I've got a lot of that I don't need.
All right. So what stuff do you have?
So let's see. I've got 2 heavy crossbows,
Okay.
60 crossbow bolts, as well as a shield and a spare short sword. And I am looking to upgrade from chainmail to splint.
Okay. For the weapons, they'll give you the regular cost for it.
right,
You try to
100
resell them or spruce them up.
So those are 110. Are you including the shield in with that? Sort of?
Yeah.
All right, so that is 120. Bolts are a gold for 20, so that is 123 gold
Okay.
totaling.
Oh, math. Fuck. What did you say you had again?
So I've got 2 heavy crossbows at 50 gold apiece.
Okay, 50 plus 50.
60 gold for, or 60 crossbow bolts at at 1 gold for 20.
1 gold for 20. So it's 3.
And then
103.
I've got a shield for 10,
Okay.
and then a short sword for 10 as well.
Yeah, 123.
Correct.
Sorry, I thought I heard 123 plus something. Like, wait, what?
Well, I've got the 123, plus I've got my chainmail that I currently have. So while I'm going through, I'm stripping all this off of my sheet here
Okay.
as I'm selling it.
Is Splint an actual upgrade from chainmail for you?
It is. It's a +1 to my 16.
Okay. Oh, because yeah, the Splint takes your dex into account.
No, actually, I don't think it does.
I think it does actually.
Splint is a 17, whereas chainmail is a 16.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it is heavy. Gotcha.
And then chainmail is 75 gold for the chainmail itself.
Yeah.
Do.
Chainmail being used. This would be like the chainmail that you had left over from your mercenary days, right?
This is the chain. Yeah, this is the chainmail that has been with them since like day one.
I'll say they'll probably give you 50 gold for that because there's probably some repairs they'll have to do on it.
Oh, more than likely. That's fine. So let's see. So that's, you said 50?
Yeah, you're at 173 for trade-in.
Right.
God, I feel like I'm working at GameStop, Adventurer Stop.
All right. So
Giving you a
I
much
will
better deal
go
than they would.
and remove all that. So yeah, he's going and looking into the splint mail here then.
Okay. Splint mail's cost is 200.
200. Correct.
Yeah. It's a real nice set. It's very well polished, and it's fairly flexible too. You feel like you could do a bit better in this. Move around a bit better.
Oh, not particularly. I still have disadvantage, but that's
Well, I mean, not necessarily for stealth, but for like your quick movements for
yes, yeah,
for jabbing and whatnot.
Yeah, so yeah, he'd go and pick up the set of splint to give him that little bit of extra.
Okay.
I just noticed that I have 2 sets of manacles for whatever reason.
Hey, you never know. You might need them.
Oh yeah. Worst case scenario, we'll just beat people with them.
Clamps.
So with that, yeah, his whole fucking backpack just became considerably lighter. I'm now down to 85.5 pounds from almost 200.
Nice. Well,
So
I'm not really taking encumbrance too much into account as long as it makes sense. Like, okay, where, like, all right, how many swords do you have? Like 10. All right, where are you keeping all of them?
in my prison pocket.
Ugh.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, he would
Using too much toilet paper sometimes, let alone taking up 10 swords.
So yeah, having gone and completed all that, he would make his way back to the Gull, and once he's there, he'd kind of go through his typical morning kind of meet and greet sort of situation, but would quickly go and try to cut himself off so he could get back to his room to begin kind of modifying and fitting the armor to go and suit his needs a little better.
Yeah. When you come in and after you kind of do all that, you need from behind the bar. She goes, "Hey, boss, new armor?
Yes.
Looks good.
Let's hope it fits good.
I think you'll do all right."
I'm sure I'll be fine. The chain hasn't gone and seen me killed yet, so hopefully this will do a little better.
Sarah just goes, "That is what armor is supposed to do."
Yes. That's typically the premise behind the whole thing, but well, cross our fingers, I guess.
All right. after that, you can go into your room and get into it. It fits pretty good. I imagine you probably tried it on while you were there before.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically just going and kind of fine tuning the fittings and whatnot
Yeah.
at this point.
Make sure it doesn't
Essentially.
flinch anywhere.
Well, there's that, but like going and making sure that he's got the flexibility in key spots that are maybe may normally be a little tighter than normal.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going and kind of fine tuning the fittings and whatnot to make it a little more user friendly, we'll say.
Yeah. Easy enough. This is something you can do over the course of the next couple hours.
Yeah.
Before everybody else arrives.
Yep.
All right. With that, let's see. I'd say Gwen is already here. And then Madcap would arrive next. You can come in. The bouncer, Brahm, who's actually keeping a pretty good eye on things now, kind of sees you come in, gives you the nod. He goes, if you're looking for the boss, they're in the meeting room behind the bar. Cobra?
What's that?
Oh, I was just saying the bouncer, Brahm, when you come in, he kind of looks at you and gives you the nod, and he just says, if you're looking for the boss, he's in the back room behind the behind the bar.
And I give him a nod and making my way through.
Okay.
Nimbly avoiding everyone.
Yep. I mean, a lot of the patrons seem pretty engrossed in whatever it is they're doing. Eating kind of gives a little wave as you kind of come behind the bar.
And nod as well.
Actually, let's see.
And then Pigeon Man comes in. The door to the backside is open.
Okay.
You see the dwarven cook has his back turned, and he's currently stirring together something in a pot.
I'll go into the meeting room, see if the back door is on.
I would imagine it's unlocked, so...
AJ, confirm or deny.
What was that? Sorry, my
Is the back door unlocked?
Yeah, he'd have that unlocked at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll open the door and walk in.
Well, as you open the door, Ajax will go and turn to see who's entering.
You've been blessed with my presence.
He clears his throat at that and simply goes and says, "Uh-huh."
No.
Sorry if I scared you. I had the get up on. I didn't want the fangirling over.
Yeah, Yanine.
Yeah, I already hear enough of it walking back home.
Yeah.
Of course they don't know it's me.
Well, yeah, keep the mask off while you're here, if you don't mind.
Yeah. When you come in, Arco also goes, "Hey, the gang's all here. Now it's a party."
No partying here, Arco.
Oh.
Yeah, Sarah's still
So
not
may
very
the blood
happy
of our
about
enemies
cleaning.
taste sweet and our wine even sweeter.
All right. So, what would you guys like to discuss?
Well, I have exciting news, unless someone wants to go first.
I was gonna say, we still had some loot to go over from the tower, right? We found in that chest.
Oh yes, there was some small trinkets. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, there were some small trinkets. Nothing to really concern yourself with too much.
Okay.
Ajax looks over and goes and says, "Uh-huh. What were they?"
You're a terrible fucking liar. You know that, right?
Well, actually, Quinn is a very good liar, but you guys just see through me as your friend. Yes, my cousin Mannheim Wolf Leza de la Contrella Silvermoon left me these goggles, and I put the goggles on the table.
That doesn't sound like an elven.
He was part elven, part Arakocra. Very, very rare.
Era what?
Part.
Bird.
Yes.
Yes, but as far as I know, they don't exist. Meta knowledge.
There's a big debate as to whether or not Eric Cocker ever existed or at all in the world of Animus.
It's pronounced Aarakocra, not Aarakocra.
Whatever.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's Aarakocra.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Cock is funnier. not because like this, not because the word cock is funny, but like, it sounds dumber, and also like cockroaches are chickens, so
The theme with Aarakocra.
Make an Eric Cocker character named Richard.
Yes, he was half Gith, half Kalashatar.
Uh-huh.
yeah, and you're related to him how?
It's
Magic.
Marriage.
Yes, through marriage. Yes. All right, come on. This is not canon. Give me a break.
Just keep digging the hole, Ellis. It's great. You'll hit bedrock eventually.
Ajax pulls out a scroll with a freaking family tree all written down it for Quen.
Yes,
By all accounts, this doesn't make sense.
Which does, I just want to announce that the game tonight is brought to you by Ancestry.com. For only $29.95, you can get 1 month and look up your family tree. Really get into the history. All right.
If that was fucking like a legit one, that would be perfect.
I know.
Pull the log on this whole time.
Oh,
right.
Jesus.
All right, so
And so, what are these
I would put the
from your
goggles.
cousin?
Yes, I would put the goggles on the table, and I would say, it just so happens that Madcap, I believe your friend who made your axe is going to also enhance my blade. I left it with her. Should be ready in a few days. I still have to work out a few details, but the cost was high.
Well, you had to trade in the goggles as part of that, though. Right?
You told me that she didn't
Yes.
take them.
Oh, well...
She hasn't collected them because you haven't gone and moved forward with it yet.
Yeah, so the deal is either it's 700 or it's the goggles for 150 and then the rest in gold. Okay, I see what's going on.
Oh,
so,
okay.
if she hasn't started the process, you won't have left your rapier with her.
Okay.
So you'll still have that.
I see. Okay. I see. Okay. So I'll just say, like, out of character, like, I was fine, but some of the players who I won't name seemed a little triggered that I sold the goggles, so we decided to retcon that.
I mean, it's not really a retcon. It's more so just like, this is the deal, and that's as it stands. Or we can go back to the original deal.
Yes.
As long as she gets paid.
Yes. So of course, I did go out of my way. There was a great effort to identify these, and I found that they are quite valuable. So if I don't know here, and I would slide them over to Madcap and say, try them on. They will greatly improve your sight.
Do they require attunement?
No, you just put them on, and they let you see with dark vision out to 60 feet.
So in
Oh, we're in normal light.
yeah, I would press to digitate the candles in the room out.
Okay. Ajax, all of your lit candles go out, and the room is very dark. But
Ajax will promptly go and reply with, "Hey!"
And I would hold up a certain number of fingers and say, Madcap, tell me, how many fingers do I have up?
How many fingers do you have up?
Let me
All of
roll.
But yeah, Madcap, you can see perfectly fine in the dark. Everything is black and white, though.
You're holding 2, huh?
Yes, of course. And I mean,
is this how you always see?
it is. It does come in handy.
It's just Madcap just like starts looking at everything, like probably like the people that put those chroma glasses on for the first time.
Yeah. We should have filmed a reaction video here. We could have gone viral on TikTok.
TikTok, and then stand the clock in the like right outside, man.
I would
TikTok tormentor, famous ESO title.
Yes. I would.
Yes.
Yes, I would say to Madcap. Yeah, I mean, of course. I did a lot of legwork to get them prepared. So certainly, if you're interested in them, I could be persuaded to part with them.
Arco says, "Pretty sure my legs did the work opening that chest."
And I would remind Arco politely that I did give him my full share of gold from the chest.
That is true.
In recompense for his bodily harm.
I don't want them. They don't look like they're gonna fit around my head.
What was the elf lady?
Arco, you know why it doesn't fit around your head? Because you have a very, very large brain.
Yeah. What were you gonna say, Cobra?
What was the name of the elf enchanter?
Myri Jarsali.
Mecca would say, yes, I'm sure it was very taxing walking over to Myri and asking her to tell you what it is.
She is...
But I do know she makes good work, and her work does not come cheap.
Of course, and my strength is our strength, my friends, of course.
Can I just make an insight check on the witch? Just because I know I don't want to meta that Madcap knows that she's skinned.
Sure, if Ellis is okay with it.
Sure. I like rolling. What is he trying to determine?
So I'm sure just like if I get the fact that you said for like letting, because typically we just kind of whoever wants the loot gets the loot, but the fact that she had said that she would be willing to give this up, even though we all earned it for money, if Madcap was getting the impression that she was in need of money, more money for her item.
Yes.
Okay.
If Justin's okay with it, I feel like you would see through this.
I think so. I think for somebody who's just kind of speaking casually, and you're very clearly not going to great lengths to, provide any falsehoods, it's a fairly easy insight check.
I say, well, if you're in need of some money, I'm sure something can be arranged. Let's see what else you came up with that we found.
Certainly, and I would lay the bag of holding on the table. I would say, I'm sure some of you are familiar with this, and at this I would snap my fingers and prestidigitate the candles back on.
Okay.
Thank you.
A messenger bag?
It could be used for such a purpose, but you'll find it holds much more than it appears.
Oh.
Can I see?
I have laid it on the table.
I'm gonna reach in the bag, see if there's anything in there.
You reach in, and your hand finds the interior lining of it. Um, you try to focus on to see if there's anything else in, and no items come out of it. It appears to be empty at the moment.
So, meta knowledge. I know the first thing you do with the bag of holding is just turn it inside out. Madcap doesn't know that.
Right. I'll say probably retroactively, which you would have been told that is how you determine if there is anything inside of the bag. Like, but be warned that everything that's inside of it will come out.
Yes.
But when she but as part of an identification, I don't know if it specifically states this anywhere with the bag of holding, but I've always liked the idea that if you properly identify it, you also know what everything that's in the bag. So she has identified that there is nothing in it. It is currently empty.
Excellent.
Flips it inside out and just bodies come pouring out of it.
Like a half rotten ox. Like a baby ox.
Oh no!
I did have a really dick idea. It's a bag of holding, and a guy just puts in like a massive thing of like pure sodium in there.
Ugh.
So when you empty the bag out, it reacts with the air and just explodes.
Jesus Christ. That's some artificer shit right there.
That's evil.
Yeah, right?
Didn't we have an idea at one point? And maybe I read this on Reddit, but you could just like put gold pieces right with glyph of warding on them, and have the glyph when it hits the ground or something, it explodes. So you just put gold pieces or something right in the bag of holding, so you can just eventually just dump the bag of holding and do like fucking 1000 d6 damage or something.
That's pretty fucked.
So
That does sound like a Reddit idea, though.
Each glyph of warding costs 100 gold, so.
Well, I mean, we have a thing called residuum.
But that does not have infinite use. Also, I don't think anybody can cast Glyph of Warding yet.
We had someone.
I'm pretty sure it's a 5.
Yeah, it's a 3rd level spell. You have to be level 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We had someone that could have. Had.
Yeah. So, anyways, the bag of holding. It is empty, but it is usable.
It could be group use. I don't know if there's anyone in particular that would want to hang on to it.
What does it do?
I carry a lot of gear on me. And I do like the steel thing. Could be useful to hide stuff in it. Since, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to suggest I put my old flail in there, and that's the extent of the idea I had.
Why don't you sell? Or
Because
like, you're well known, get it put in a museum.
But it's mine. It also doubles as a lantern. It's part of my the fucking thing from like Incredibles or Incredibles 2. It's like it defines who I am.
Well, okay, then we'll wait to put it in a museum when you're dead.
Yeah. Wait.
So I would, at this point, I would explain to Madcap. Yes, I was a bit short on my bill with, and I would say her name. I forgot what it was. She did offer to give me for these goggles. She offered. Was it 200?
150.
But didn't I roll her up to 200?
Oh yeah, that's right. You did roll her up to 200.
I was just making sure I get that right. She offered to give me 200 gold, which would have satisfied most of my bill. If you'd like to keep these, if you could loan me just a little bit, I could always pay you back.
We'll probably come to an arrangement. Well, I mean, what else? I mean, I don't know. We found more because you found all those like carvings and stuff like that. Those have got to be worth something.
Yep. I would also put Yeah, so I put the so you've seen the goggles. I'd take out the potion of greater healing and put it on the table. I put the bag of holding on the table. Let me look here. And the yes, I would take the turquoise figure of the animals and the whalebone art, as well as the 2 scrolls. I would explain it's a scroll of dispel. Wait a minute, a scroll of crown of madness.
Madness.
Yep, a crown of madness scroll. And I would say this is it. It was.
There were three
Nope.
scrolls.
Oh, there were. I have a.
3 scrolls.
I don't have notes on that. I just have
Um,
fear.
yeah, fear, and I think the other one is flame blade.
Oh, I didn't have that written down.
Yeah.
Yep.
Were
Good.
those were the little turquoise animals? Were they magical?
No, but they are expensive. They're art pieces.
I would.
imagine-
Yes.
I imagine the little animals and the bone carvings are probably worth quite a bit.
Yes. Perhaps I could try to sell them to help with some of my bill.
I think I'll take the bag and nothing else.
It's good fitting for you to take that.
What do you mean, officer? I didn't steal anything. See, my bag's empty.
How much gold did everyone get?
It was a total of
Like-
790,
7.
and you split that up evenly, but you gave Arco your share.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. All right. Everybody got about 158. Okay.
I've got 243, I think, on me still.
80. But, I mean, I would like Madcap would be happy to put any share that he would get from the turquoise or the whalebone or whatever towards your weapon.
Yeah, if you could find like an art dealer, which again not super hard in this city, but take him to somebody who deals in that sort of stuff. They'd definitely buy it off of you.
Thank you so much. Of course, I would be grateful if we find other spoils to, of course, pay back the group.
Oh yeah, and Pigeon Man, you pilfered some potions potentially from the top floor.
Right, I forgot about that. Let me look at my equipment. Right, I just have it written down as blue potion.
What race is Pigeon Man again?
Human.
Human?
Variant,
Alright.
of course, because
Well, yeah, because there's no other form of human that's fucking human.
We don't talk.
well, okay, so I've
I
played
knew one person.
because before I didn't really know variant human and what feats were, so I've played one human, and you know somebody who played a human in a game you ran. They
Really?
killed it with the pointy end.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, they were
God,
they
yeah,
were
that's
they were a
right.
non-variant human.
Ay, fuck. Well, no wonder he died. How much was the total for your weapon, Quan?
700.
700.
Yes, and I
Um,
had. Let me think. Without okay, not having sold the thing. Oh dear. Can you still hear me? God damn it.
Yes,
Goggles.
maybe.
Yeah. Can you not hear us?
My computer is like chugging here. I don't know what the problem is.
Oof.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, hold on, 700 minus 50 minus 200. Yeah, so I had about 450 in gold. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Because I just wiped out all my money in my bag. I had some platinum
Because you would
and
be
some
short. Because if you sold them, you said you were gonna be short about 50.
Yeah, so like I had some, I had a bunch of silver and I had some platinum, so I just put it all, I changed it all to gold just to make the math easy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I would explain this to Ajax.
Ajax will go and pull out his purse and he'll go through it and place 200 gold on the table, and he'll point at the goggles and go and say, "She was offering 150 for that."
Yes. 200.
So yeah,
That's fine.
he'll place the 200 on the table, and then he'll slide the goggles over to Madcap and go and say, "Price paid then," and we'll go back to monkeying with his armor.
See, now we are all very happy.
All right.
I wouldn't say that much, but
Content. All right, well, Madcap, you can add Goggles of Night onto your character sheet.
Snazzy.
Appreciate it.
well, it's
Now I
best
can
that they
see in
be
the
in our
dark.
hands.
You can't fucking stop me now.
It's best we keep an item like that in our hands, is it not?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, so I was thinking I would I could try to sell some of these figurines and different things. I'll see if anyone in the bar is a collector, and if not, I can go to the market district. See if there's anyone there who is a collector. I believe I would know some people in town who are art collectors.
Yeah.
But before you do that, we do have a general rule here in the tavern: no hawking of goods without tipping the bar. Whatever you make, 5% goes to the bar.
Quen has the urge to roll her eyes, but realizing that Ajax just put a shit ton of gold on the bar, nods and says, "Of course, a very fair rule. Of course, we'll obey."
It's only 5%, so it's not like I'm 50-50ing.
Whatever she
But it
owes
does.
to you, I'll cover it. It seems like she's, short for cash.
Fair. Well, it'd be off of whatever she makes off of the items, so...
You might notice that Quen is starting to look just a little bit uncomfortable. She's very much used to being thought of as fairly well off, and now the fact that the conversation has turned on her being short for cash, you notice that she's just.
Well, I'd
Seems a
say
bit
it's a difference between being comfortable in your daily expenses versus commissioning for a high quality custom magic item.
Yeah, the way I'm thinking of it is that like because I thought about this, like the gold in the inventory was probably like her life savings, just because she probably lives fairly large, has a lot of expenses. I don't think she has like
Probably.
thousands of gold in an account somewhere. I don't think she would have that.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense for gameplay purposes, but
I mean, living in
it's a new experience.
yeah.
What are you
again,
talking about, Ellis? She's an elf. She's got an offshore account.
Well, I'm just I'm thinking like living in the neighborhood she lives in and having to keep up
Yeah,
with
just
the. Yeah, go ahead.
sorry.
I was gonna say just trying to keep up with the well-to-dos, have nice clothes, and train tickets and stuff.
Yeah, living expenses,
Mhm.
I believe is what they refer to
Quen has
those
a
as.
bunch of money in an offshore bank account, much like how Pigeon actually is owed 5 million gold by some draconian prince.
Oh yeah, wasn't it?
He just doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, wasn't it Jester who was always saying, "Oh, my mother will send me millions of gold" or something?
Yeah, well, in her backstory, like Marion literally gave her like 5,000 gold, and Laura was like, "Yeah, Jester would absolutely waste this on stupid shit."
Yeah,
So she came into the campaign with like her starting gold.
yeah, exactly.
It's like, I'm like, that's cool.
So I just want to say, I'm hoping that none of the characters, and if they are, I want to fix this right now, are thinking that Gwen is trying to like actively rip them off. She's just trying to like she's gonna get the money and pay everyone back when she can. It's kind of, like, so like the figurines, of course we would split the proceeds. She's planning to make good. She's not trying to actively, be a.
She's trying to benefit the party in a slightly I don't want to say self-centered, but that's kind of like the way of it. She's benefiting the party by benefiting herself, almost.
Help me help you.
Well,
yeah, that's it.
Yes.
And in all honesty, that's why Ajax went and put the 200 gold down, was because he knows that that's an item that is best in our hands, can be exceedingly useful, especially considering he's a human. And he realizes that the money is going towards something that in the long run will serve us, some form of benefit. I mean, he's a fucking mercenary, so he understands the benefit of a good weapon.
Right.
So these are the goggles of night, and I just want the image one time of Pigeon Man wearing that over his mask.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I was considering it for a second, and then I remembered the bag of holding would be a lot more useful for Pigeon. And also, you have a higher perception score than me. I was thinking about integrating them into the map. But that actually, I just sent Justin a message. Got me an idea for an enchant.
And then Clint's keeping the amulet. Oh,
what amulet, my friend?
I'm asking you that.
Like OOC.
I don't remember the amulet. This box was empty.
You wonder what it is. I was going to be recommending you keep that anyways, but if you're going to be that way about it.
Oh, Cobra! Let me play my character. God.
I know. That's why I'm asking you out of character.
Yes. I actually DM'd Justin 10 minutes ago. I'm like, Quen's got it under her robe. She's totally hiding it.
I'm just confirming that.
Stop keeping lists of all her loot.
That's why I was laughing. Jesus.
I know.
Yeah, come on, Cobra. What do you think this is? A WoW raid party fighting for loot? Come on.
Oh man.
God, fight for loot is such a fucking terrible system.
Yeah, that is kind of dumb.
I'm glad they got rid of it, even though WoW sucks.
You know what?
Squishy. I mean, Pigeon Man has even less maximum health than you, but sure, yeah, just keep the thing.
To be fair, it is a lot easier for Pigeon Man to get in and out of bad situations.
I'm just goofing.
Okay.
It's almost like I play a rogue where like half my HP comes from me negating damage.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking the whole time that Quen should be the one to have that.
Oh.
Yeah.
We get fucked up pretty quick.
What the fuck? I'll clear that. God damn it.
Let me think for a second.
I see someone in the back casting spells. They're like, let's not have any of that.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
So what time is it approximately?
Sun's gone down by now. I'd say with all this talk, you're probably approaching 10-ish.
Mm-hmm. So what? Let me think. So what are we actually doing? We didn't find the book. We're waiting. So we're waiting on the Owlbear's journal to be decoded, so we can know where Levingham's spellbook is. I believe.
Potentially, yeah.
Potentially, right? And yeah.
So tomorrow I was going to have Madcap go and see if there's any kind of update on that. So it's been a couple days, but given the new revelation of what is pretty much we can be pretty certain is in the book, it's important that we find out. So there's that, and I mean I don't know if we have any other leads at the moment.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
I did.
Right. Yes. Oh yeah. So you had to discuss that.
We're done fighting over loot, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay, now the important part. And my good news. Well, maybe bad news. Bad news, but a lead. So, our gray-skinned tiefling fellow is a frequent guest speaker at my former place of education. And holds a speech, not speech, but
Lecture.
holds a lecture once a week, basically. And that might be a very, very good lead to find out where he goes after, or when he dons the mask, as it were, of the demonologist. Or to find out if he's using the school in any way to further his research. Also, isn't that book being decoded there?
Yes, it is.
He probably knows about that.
I don't know about that. I mean, if he's only a guest there every once in a while, it's only been there 2 days tops.
This is true. I have no clue who he's friends with. Though apparently, according to my sister, he has tons of people swooning over.
Ew.
Like, dude, I wouldn't even. You couldn't pay me to. Ugh.
I wasn't gonna try to pay you.
No, I was just saying he's not the nicest looking to the eye. And damn, there are some fine tieflings out there.
You just pokes her head in. How you guys doing? You need any refresher? I'll I mean I'll read my notes. Maga's address was instructed to be incredibly discreet with the journal that he is attempting to translate. And out of curiosity, I mean, do you remember that your sister had said that she was working on deciphering a new project?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I have.
Do you know when he's due for his next lecture?
My sister said she'd let me. And that I'll go with her as her plus one. If you all want to do anything about that, get in or anything, I know my way around that building very well.
Just happened to be stopping in to check on Magus' address when that lecture was happening. Find my way in.
That'd be a good idea, yeah.
So, like, when you say lecture, do you mean like somebody who's wagging their finger at you, or is this like a sit down and take notes kind of lecture?
Both, but at the same time, you're still paying money for it.
Huh.
So are we saying that the is it the demonologist giving a lecture?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild. That's a wild revelation.
Yeah.
I actually didn't even realize this because Justin had to explain to me that the gray skin, like, he asked me a question the other day. You recognize what your sister meant by the gray skin teeth?
Yeah, I had to do that a few weeks ago when we were going to my other D&D session. And then Jake was like, in the car, was like, oh, fuck.
Okay, yeah, I picked on that right away. I'm like, I remember the conversation. I'm like, wow, he is really disinterested in that concept.
I didn't realize that. I forgot he had gray skin.
You know, it's just kind of like takes him down a peg. He seems like a big bad. Now we find out he's like an adjunct professor. Probably drives a Prius. You know,
He's in a tweed jacket.
yeah,
You know it.
with elbow patches.
This absolutely does not take him down a peg. Did you watch Breaking Bad?
And, like, he's got a bow tie on and, like, in glasses, and he's like, and remember, X never marks the spot.
So, would we have a chance to? Are we suggesting that we go there and try to watch him? Perhaps an ambush.
More like follow him.
You're gonna find him where he puts himself and catch him unaware.
Yes, I could change my appearance or even turn invisible as needed. I could turn you both invisible again. It didn't go so well earlier, but perhaps we could try again.
I would be under the moniker of Justinian Nask here, so I wouldn't need to be invisible because I'd already effectively.
Yes, hiding in plain sight.
I mean,
Uh,
if he does make his residence at the tower, now we know the tower's layout, and it might take him a little bit to restock his demons. If we can get in there sight unseen, and Pigeon, what was the way of you made it to the roof? How did you get inside? Was there a trap door up there?
I went down a level and I went through a window.
Did you by chance go back
I
up?
was. No, I did not. I was unable to find a way up there through unmagical means.
When is his next appearance? Do we know?
You already asked this.
The day you told me?
Madcap asked it, but it was answered that his sister is going to find out.
Okay.
Yeah, because he just had one a few days ago.
Right. Well, until then, we should lay low. I'm sure he'll be grieving after his poor butler took his own life. So tragic.
Either that or I'll be sitting there turning a paper over and over again.
Man, what I wouldn't give to see that.
Ajax just snorts at this.
Although something tells me he's actually going to be kind of mad. I mean, I would be too.
I think, Arco, I think you'd be mad if you were the bad guy.
He kind of just sits there kind of blankly for a second, like, yeah, probably.
Oh. Ajax looks over towards the table and just simply goes and thinks to himself, no, you'd be sitting there flipping that sheet of paper over. When Arco goes and says, he'd be mad.
All right, does anybody else have anything to add?
Not to me, but I will probably. Would I know that some of the markets were still open this late, or would I probably want to wait till the morning?
This late, probably not. A lot of places would be closing up shop right about now.
Would I know in town like the name of a good art dealer or an art something?
You would know of a place in the Heights that deals in art pieces.
Mhm.
It's not like really like an art gallery. It's more of like it is an art dealer. Like he has
Yes.
paintings on display. Busts. He knows. Uh, he takes commission information to pass off to his friends, that sort of thing.
What I'm hoping, yes, what I'm hoping for is maybe someone I know, and maybe this person's it, but who would pay a little more. Who I could.
This would probably be the guy because he deals. He's in the Heights, so he definitely deals with stuff that is of higher quality and has a lot more capital going around.
Great, and I got to remember to try to also sell the jewelry box itself and the box with the velvet interior. It could be worth
Well,
a couple.
the box that has the animal figurines in it.
Yeah.
It's for simplicity's sake. That's all kind of like one package.
Okay.
You could use that as a bargaining tool, though, for more.
And if you call right now, you'll get a box for him.
Let me call a buddy of mine. He knows about turquoise figurines of animals and effigies of fiends made of whalebone.
Oh God.
All right, great. So I will retire. If anyone needs me, I'll be in my room.
All right.
I'm trying to think out of character. Do we have any other leads at the moment?
I don't know that we do.
We'll look at a couple of
Group
things, just
inspiration.
Yeah. Can we agree as a group to do like a week time jump so we have everything we need?
We'll probably be.
Sure.
We'll just like hide in like the woods outside town for 7 straight days.
do like a kind of mini, like a little bit of downtime.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what Quen will be doing if there is any downtime. She'll definitely be plying her trade where she can. And I have something I wanted to show you as well, Justin. There's actually like a function for the cards. If you're up for it, I'll show it to you.
I'd definitely be interested in looking at it. Well, there are a couple of things that I can think of to that might help if you're intent on continuing to investigate for a bit. There's the things that Madcap got mentioned when he was doing his little bits of investigating. Ajax was given a promise by Lucia as well to potentially look into
I
the
still
matter.
have to go and meet with her, I believe.
Yeah. So there's that. I'm also trying to see if there's anything.
Yeah, I did want to talk to Ajax.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like after the meeting wrapped up.
Yeah. I mean, you could always try and follow up on Lucia and Vermilion's talks to see if they've come up with anything else as well that maybe they don't want to get involved with, but would be very happy if you did anything with. There's always that potential.
Does Quen have any 3rd level spells left for the day?
Yes, I do actually.
Because Backup was going to ask if she would send Lucia a message.
Yes, I do have 1 3rd level slot. Yes, of course, I'd be happy to send a message along to your Lucia.
Mostly just checking in, seeing how things are going on her end, if there's been anything suspicious, if there's been any headway made with Vermilion. The usual.
Okay. I would do the same.
Okay. A concise 25 word or less message asking about an update on what's going on with Vermilion and the intel getting from her. Okay.
You can do that in less than that. Yo, what's up with Vermilion? Fill us
That's
in.
You pooping?
You pooping? Lucia responds promptly. Lots of good intel. Working on building corruption investigation. Hopefully work my way up. And you get the sense that when she says, hopefully work my way up, she's talking about, like, up to, like, the upper echelon of the city's leadership. So maybe not going after the people we know are involved directly and tipping them off, but maybe go through, go through other people to find them, find their connections, that sort of thing. I don't know if I had any words left on that, but I'm going to leave it at that.
I'm gonna ask a question, like, before we leave, kind of unrelated to the meeting. Does anybody know of someone I could get my mask magically enhanced from? Somebody who could likely or luckily keep it on the down low, because obviously, because I don't think I want to take it to someone traditional. Is there anybody you guys know that could do that?
Would I know anyone like that?
Not particularly. Sort of,
No.
We're looking for like a
Are
black
there
market
underground
dealer.
enchanters?
No, just somebody who can keep their mouth shut. They magically enhance the mask of the fucking pigeon man.
That's what I was asking Justin, if there's any underground enchanters.
there might be.
But Matt would say, no, I don't know if I would trust the one who made my axe. Your snake friend might know someone.
Yeah, I was gonna go ask him, maybe. Thought since we were here, I'd ask him first.
Shoshana's mother could probably go and help. But it would take like a day or so before she would be able to even get a message.
Where is Shoshana's mother?
She's like a day outside of the city, on a small farm.
Okay. And she's a mage?
She's a druidess, but she's got some arcane training.
I would say unless she is, like, mostly, like, a wizard or sorcerer or something like that.
Okay.
She probably wouldn't be skilled in enchanting. Enchanting is very much an arcane practice.
Yeah.
So
All right.
your
Never mind.
clerics and paladins can, like, bless things for temporary bonuses, but and same with druids, but permanent stuff like that is not really their forte.
All right.
Best. What do you think about having done to it?
Some akin to your goggles, maybe not quite that. Something that could help my eyes.
Let's see. I just had this thought out of character, like you built in like a command word, where like you just speak the word and the mask just like disappears, and then you say the word and it like reappears.
That wasn't my idea, but that's a good one.
That just came to me just now. Like that'd be dope. Like, like you like have like I don't know your dad. You're just like coming down to someone and like you're just like caw caw, and the mask just appears.
And like for added flair, it like makes an eagle screech.
It's not the eagle man; he's the pigeon man.
It'd have to be a pigeon coo.
Yeah.
That's an owl.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
It sounded more pigeony on my end. I don't know. Maybe the mic just isn't picking up well.
As it's winding down, Madcap would kind of come over to Ajax.
Ajax is working on his armor still, but he'd
Probably
go and
long
look
enough.
up, and
I guess so.
he'd look up and simply go and say, "Can I help with something?"
No, I'm trying to do the helping. I spoke to a couple people over in the South Batas today.
Oh,
Well, one a lovely Miss Irons, who unfortunately wasn't as helpful, but the man who now lives in your home, he hasn't been there long, but had a little chat with him, and he just nothing specific regarding your fiance, but he did put me on a possible lead. He seems to be a clever man with his ear to the ground. And he says that people with magic capabilities have been going missing across the city. Some students at the academy seem to have gone missing. Some people down at the docks. So I have a couple leads to check up on, but I just thought I'd give you an update.
I've never known Shoshana to actively cast any magic, but that's not to say that she couldn't, I suppose. Is there any connection between the others?
I have no way of knowing at the moment, but said she was a bard, and half elves sometimes carry their elvish lineage.
That's true, yeah.
So it's possibilities.
Magic. Isn't Justinian, his sister goes to the magic college, right?
She does.
Could be a good source of information, or at least rumor.
Could have him ask. I was planning on going there, and when I check up on the book, and I would kind of like he would kind of like pat his arm where his sash color would be. As my other self, I was going to ask about that.
Well, if there's anything I can do to help, by all means, say. And well, I think of all of us, I'm probably the most keen on getting this issue resolved. So say what you need. I'll see that you get it.
I mean, at the moment, it's just going to be asking questions. If you'd like to be there when I go to the academy,
As much as I would like to go and be there, I don't honestly know if having me react to statements would be a great idea, but perhaps if I kept enough of a distance. I don't want to step on toes or anything like that by any means, but I do know that I would be most keen to go and understand or to hear what they have to say.
it's up to you. I can stop by tomorrow and pick you up on my way, or if you want to come, or I can just go and update you afterwards.
Stop by in the morning. I'd like some time to think that one over.
Sleep on it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you then.
Okay.
And it's what time now?
It's like 10:30. It's between 10:30 and 11.
So Sudash is definitely off shift, probably, right? Although he was working pretty well, he was working late when he saw me, but he wasn't in his normal area.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I have. I want to just like take a look around, like from the rooftops around the bazaar, just to see if I spot him. And if I don't
Get
see
your
him,
goggles a good workout.
yeah. See if I spot him, and if I don't, I'll.
Okay. Good. Make a perception check since you're looking around. Interesting. Um, so looking around, so with the goggles, you're told he is a half orc, so you get most of the time you're getting black and white. So eventually you do see a guard who has kind of a big stocky build that you would expect from a athletic half orc, and you wait until he gets to a point where he is like directly underneath one of those the street lanterns that give off moonlight. That way your goggles don't overwrite your color, and you do see um, green skin and some tusks coming from his lower jaw, and the adornments on his armor indicating a higher rank, typically of a sergeant, wearing a blue sash. But it's not like they have name tags. So.
Yeah. Do I know how many half orcs are working for Lucia?
For Lucia, not a whole lot. The half orcs in the guard typically would be more in some of the groupings that patrol um, the outer wall areas.
I'll follow him
Okay.
and
Let's see,
just.
let's go back
So
to the
I'm pretty
city.
sure just keep tabs as much as I can.
Okay. Seems to be kind of making the rounds, checking in with a couple of the night guards at the moment. Just making kind of idle conversation, checking in with people. Um, he does this for a few hours before making his way back towards the midden. You kind of have to go around and keep a good eye on him. Thankfully, streets are pretty clear. And eventually,
So just something that I might know. Do I know that like they usually like report to the precinct to get their gear in the morning or at the start of their shift and bring it back at the end?
typically yes for like not like new recruits, but for like the rank and file. For officers, they typically are allowed to keep their armor.
Okay, so yeah, I tell them.
Okay. Um. So you follow him into the midden, and bits probably about halfway between where your old apartment and your new apartment are. And you see he takes off his helmet, tucks it under his shoulder, and is going into um, an apartment building of sorts. Judging by the size, the overall size of the building and how many levels it has, and the grouping of windows, it seems like it's a apartment building.
Does it look well lit on the inside? Where does he like where he's entering?
On the inside, yes. Most likely from the lobby. From the other windows in the building, not so much. Given the time of night it is, because a few hours have passed. So a lot of people who would be there, be home by now, are probably asleep.
No, do these apartments usually have like desk people, or is it just an open lobby?
It depends. It depends on the place. This one, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look big enough to hold a desk. It probably just has a lobby for mail and things like that. Just judging by the size, usually it's like the big ones, like where Vermilion's apartment was.
I want to like sneak in and figure out which apartment is his.
Okay, go ahead and make a stealth check. Let me double check what a Marduk guard's perception is. I actually do have stat blocks for these guys.
Can I push it?
I don't even really think that's a thing in this one.
It's not. It's a Call of Cthulhu thing.
Okay. As you kind of follow in into the building, you see presumably Sergeant Sudash, going up the stairs, and he's kind of like at the top, um, and you've kind of tucked yourself in behind um, the side of a bench that's up against the wall, so kind of like where it's got like a flat side to it. Um, it's hard to describe, but imagine like the side where the armrest is on a bench. It's like just a flat piece, and kind of hiding behind that and looking around the side. He kind of stops when he's up there, kind of looks around. You see him shake his head a bit, just a low grunt, and keeps moving.
I'm gonna
Eventually,
try and. Sorry.
I was going to say, you see him go up and up the stairs, and then he turns to the right and continues up. But it looks like the stairway continues that way, upwards.
I just keep trying to tail him.
Okay, keeping that stealth roll, just going ever so slightly, making sure not to step too hard on the steps to make him creak. Just very much behind him. You see, he starts fiddling with a key ring in his bag. At one of the doors. On this level, there's like 3 doors, and he's on the one closest to the front of the building. You see, there's like a small window for this hallway at the end of it. He's pretty close to it. There's maybe only about 4 feet of clearance between the door frame and the window. He goes in, and then the door closes behind him, and even from this distance, you can hear the distinct sounds of somebody doffing their armor.
Okay.
Tonk.
I'm gonna go over to the window. Does it open?
Yeah, it does open.
I want to open the window.
Okay. There's a very, very slight, like, ledge to it, like that kind of goes around most of the building. That has, like, for you at the very least, you could probably your head would probably still stick up past the window, and but it's so thin that you kind of have to like solid snake your way across, like full up against the wall or against the thing. But given your dexterity, I'd say it's perfectly fine for you to inch your way across this if you wanted to.
Sure. I'll inch my way around and get to where his and like looks like sneaking like his window.
Okay. You have to go around the corner of the building for that, but it's like right there. You kind of go and hang yourself off the side of the windowsill and kind of peek in. You can see the on the inside. He's lit a couple of candles, and is completely out of his armor. He's just kind of in his normal clothes. It looks like he's kind of washing off his face, and like his arms and everything like that, from a basin, like a little wash basin. His back is currently turned, but you don't see any mirrors or anything like that that might give you away.
I'm trying to decide if I confront him now or like leave and come back.
It's up to you. Do you want to just keep observing?
Yeah, see if he goes to bed soon.
Okay. See, after he finishes washing off, just kind of seems bend down a little bit and starts doing a couple of stretches. Judging by the way he's straining, you get the sense that his joints are definitely popping a bit. But he doesn't look that old. Like, for a half orc, he's probably the equivalent of late 20s for a human. But he's definitely got some weathering to him. Like he's been through a lot of fights. Um, After about 30 minutes or so of you just kind of peering in and looking at this, he does go into the other room out of sight.
Has
It's
he
like,
put the candles out?
yeah, he does. Well, he goes around and then you wait for a sec, and then he comes back and blows out the candles. Kind of slaps himself along the side of the cheek, like, "Come on, stupid," and then goes back.
I would give it like 5 or 10 minutes, and then try and go in his window.
Okay. Does not seem to come back out after that. The window itself does appear to be unlocked.
Sneaky sneak in.
All right, make a stealth check. Okay. Make your way in and kind of lower the window ever so gently. And kind of step down. There's a slight creak to the floor. You pause for a moment. Nothing seems to happen. Eventually, during that time while you're kind of waiting, you do hear the sounds of snoring.
I want to look for any documentation or paperwork or anything like that. Any notes addressed to him, or him that by him that he has to send.
Mm-hmm. Okay, make an investigation check. Okay. I'm not finding a whole lot of like scattered paperwork or anything like that. There are a few books stacked up on the side of a table, but they all appear to be like fiction, like storybooks. You do, however, see in one of them like a stray, like one paper or one page that looks like it's sticking out a little too much and at like a really odd angle.
I'll remove it.
Okay, go ahead and remove it, and it's actually a fragment of a piece of paper. It's like kind of torn. It's like the bottom, like third, maybe half. It's cut at like it's like torn at a weird angle. And a lot of the writing on it has been kind of like smeared a bit, but you do see a signature at the bottom that is unmistakable to you. It's the signature of the commandant, the head of all of the guard, whose name I don't know if have I ever given you his name?
I think so.
I think you gave it to us, but in passing, it was kind of like just a brief encounter.
Yeah, because he wasn't like a suspect yet. His name is Ruzik Warbrew.
I definitely did not have that.
Okay,
Can you type that for me?
I will put that in the D&D chat. There we go. Very dwarfy name.
That's
But that's
clearly Alvin.
That's all about that. I can pretty much just make out the signature.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of words left, so it looks like there's a lot of space in between where potentially he finished writing and then signed it, and what lettering is there is kind of smeared, like the ink, just got smeared a little bit. Judging by the look on it, it looks like it might have been, probably like water smearing. Like he got water on it and it smeared the ink. And then it has since dried, so now it just looks weird. And you do remember that Lucius said supposedly he and like his squad basically were told to be there that night by the commandant.
Yeah. All right. Fuck it. I'm gonna take the scrap of paper and I'm gonna go right into his room.
Okay.
Get my
He's
axe
just
out.
okay. You see him. He's just kind of sprawled on his bed. Blankets, light blankets, kind of tucked around. Just mouth open, snoring occasionally. One foot poking out from underneath the blankets because obviously, just
I'm gonna take my axe out and place it blade edge down on his chest.
okay.
And I'm just gonna say, "Wakey, wakey."
And you have like your bandana up and everything.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Oh fuck! And he kind of like tenses up a lot, and you can see his he's like gripping like one side of his bed. His like one arm is gripping the side of his bed frame.
Yeah, it took me a while to find you. But, how's it going?
He just looks around, just goes, I think I was on the cusp of a nice dream. But it seems I've woken up into a nightmare.
Oh, maybe this is still a dream. I'm gonna hold out the piece of paper. Like, so, you chummy with the commandant?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Oh, I'm gonna hold out the piece of paper and say, "So, are you chummy with the commandant?"
Not really. One of the runners delivered that.
Is this something I'm familiar with, or?
Yeah. Occasionally, when things need to get sent out quickly, the commandant and like when the commandant needs something quickly, he'll usually send a message runner to deliver it to the correct person.
So, why you? Why this? Or yeah, that's just why you.
Been asking myself that same question too. Heights ain't our jurisdiction.
No, it's not. So, what color sashes are worth the height?
Oh, for the heights, they're red, I think. Let me double check. The heights are violet.
Yeah, so, why you, why you? God, shit, I'm trying to think of what I want to say.
It's fine.
Why you, you're running on the Violet's turf?
We were requested. There was a special patrol request. Apparently, not enough people available that night, so they pulled from the next closest district.
Yeah, there wasn't anyone. No guards at all when the Dons attacked us. And then you just happened to show up right after.
Well, we heard fighting, and well, I know it was an area that wasn't assigned to us, but well, we have a job to do, right?
Yeah, it's always the job, isn't it?
Is it? Just answer me this. If you're gonna kill me, then just tell me. Am I right? Is it really you?
Is it really who?
Best damn investigator I ever knew. Osric Fierceheart.
And why is it you think I'm this Osric?
Because he knew. He didn't know how to not stick his nose into people's business when safety of the city's at stake. A real hard ass. Acrobatic. Short. little brutal at times, but always got results.
Like when he's describing Osric, what kind of feel do I get from him?
Make an insight check. You get the sense it is a tone of admiration. Um, Based on Lucia's intel, she told you that he joined up with the guard um, about, I think, she said 12 years ago. Um, and this was kind of well into the twilight of your time with them, but you'd built up a bit of a reputation among the midden, among the blue sashes. And, his name did ring a bell, but you spent a lot of time in the guard and had probably a few concussions, so
Yeah.
maybe maybe you patrolled with him once or twice before, but it's hard to say.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Damn, I knew exactly what I wanted to say, but now I just lost it.
Oh, jog your memory. You asked why do you think you are Osric. He gave you a um, pretty glorified review, and yeah, he seems pretty genuine in that.
I'd pull my axle out.
Does that mean I'm right? He looks almost like really confused at this point. Just like,
No idea why it was you. Justin?
sorry, what?
Osric asked, no idea why it was you.
Oh. I don't know. I've never told anybody, but always had my thoughts that. I mean, I knew you wouldn't leave. I knew Osric wouldn't leave well enough alone after leaving the Force. It's not his style. Just, I guess a part of me wanted to think that he's the madcap. I mean, his style is. It's kind of. I mean, it's a little more unhinged, but the pieces are there. And saw a short guy running across a roof that night, and I guess I don't know. I shouldn't have fucking said anything.
You did draw attention to yourself.
Yeah.
What do you make of what happened that night? There were quite a few Johns left around for one day.
Well, it seems like they tried to do something they weren't supposed to and paid the price.
Did you get a look at anyone else?
Let me see if he recalls. It has been a few days. Not that I can remember. I remember I was watching the ruse. Hey, Kate.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
I'm 4 hours late, but I got here.
Right.
I finished recording everything for the night. Well, for tonight, that is. I don't want to keep all of my neighbors up. So I thought I would drop by, even though I am, again, 5 hours late. Oh, only 4. Never mind.
Um,
Not that bad.
well, not a lot's happened. Just some loot was divided up for leads were discussed. We can fill you in a bit, but currently Madcap is interrogating the guard that potentially recognized him way back when.
Madcap would take off the goggles and just like stare intently at this guy.
Look.
Well, kind of like leave him up, like kind of like bring them down so they're around his neck.
Yeah.
And then like toss the piece of paper on Sudash's chest. Say, just be careful where your orders come from.
That's my thought. It's just it's very last minute. I mean, procedure was followed, but something about that request doesn't sit right with me.
Did your captain know?
Not until she started asking about it, so I guess she didn't know. It's not like him to go over her head like that. Go over any of it. Go over any of the captains. You know, chain of command. I don't want to presume anything, but I mean, after we got in custody of Vermilion, I suppose corruption is possible in anyone.
When he mentions that, like I would like tilt my head. Like, that's interesting.
Well, she's being held at the Midden HQ in the holding cells.
Under constant guard, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, no, 3 people at all times, which is extra serious because usually it's like 1 person, 2 people on the sides, 1 person staring into the cell.
So I'd put my axe away to say, watch your back, soldier.
Hey, if you need intel on the streets, I know the captain doesn't get out on the patrol all that often. I don't know. You know where I live. He laughs really nervously. But
Maybe. You know anything about magic-capable people disappearing?
yeah, I think one of my friends in the hold on, double checking I think one of my friends in the Orange Sashes was working on the investigation of one that went missing a few months ago. Some student from the academy. He wouldn't tell me much about the details, but protocol. They don't have anything definitive yet. Or, well, they didn't at the time.
Is there a name for this?
You'd have to get records from the Orange Sashes or the other guards. Like I said, it's not my jurisdiction, but just something we were talking about over drinks a few weeks ago, a few months ago. But I know the captain's been looking into a lot of stuff recently too, and I think she's offhand mentioned related incidents, ones that go back really far. She was looking into something that happened like 3 weeks ago, or not 3 weeks, it's 3 years. Would happen to know anything about that? I mean, you're asking, so I imagine you don't.
Has she made any headway into this, or?
I haven't asked her recently. I mean, she was just starting to, between that and everything, all the intel that Vermilion's giving her, and the case she's trying to bring to people's attention. There's a lot going on that, well, let's just say she's sleeping even less than normally.
You watch her back and your own.
He kind of was like, well, no offense, but after this, yeah, definitely.
Just I just kind of give him like a nod and be like, try to get some sleep, and I'm gonna jump out his window.
Okay. When you go to like leap like full on like trust fall out of it, he's just wait what? And you as you land, you look and you see him like looking out the window, and there's like a brief look of relief on his face, knowing that you did not splatter across the pavement. And then you run off. Okay. Then I presume a night's rest for everyone then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, starting up the next day, who wants to start? Maybe not Cobra, because we just did a long thing with him.
Yeah, I've already had 2 solo sessions. So someone else.
Oh no, go ahead, Kick. Welcome also.
I was gonna say, where was I
I'll
before the
say,
morning came?
I'll say, you were put up for the night at the inn at the goal.
Sure. Well, morning wise, I mean, other than me doing my. Oh, also, what did I get any loot when we were dividing the loot, or was I just not included? And they're just like, he's not here. He doesn't get any.
I kind of just played you off a little bit, but as far as what was found, there was a bag of holding that was found, goggles of night, which Madcap is currently using. Pigeon Man has the bag of holding. There's a periaptive wound closure that the witch has. There was a potion that she found that I think she forgot about, and I think she's going to go and try and sell the treasure items to an art dealer today. And Pigeon Man also has 2 potions that he found that he has to identify.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
goggles I have let you see in the dark, which you can already do.
What happened to the potions or not the potions? What happened to the scrolls that I got or that I had?
Um, did you pick those ones up?
I did.
You
There were
did.
scrolls. There were scrolls on a table, and then Quen convinced. Well, she just asked me to, but to open the cursed chest, and then I got sad because ouch.
So those scrolls, one of them is Crown of Madness, the other is Flame Blade, and the other is Fear. For Fear, you wouldn't be able to cast that one because it's 3rd level and you don't know 3rd level spells yet. But I'm just trying to think. I mean, you can keep them in your inventory until somebody wants to take them, I guess.
I see.
Yeah.
There's some treasure which we still need to sell before we can split up
The
In
final
that-
gold tally.
In that case, I'll probably just wake up per usual, do my morning prayers, and kind of like step outside, I guess, and just get to well, not step outside, but step up to like the middle of the tavern rather, and get my meal, because I think breakfast is included when you stay the night, correct?
Included. Yeah, breakfast is
yeah.
included per night. There was another thing that I think I don't know if everybody forgot or if they haven't wanted to bring it up yet. There was one note that was found in his laboratory, presumably, that nobody could read. It was written in a language nobody could read. So I don't know if anybody wants to take a stab at that at some point. Okay.
So what language it was?
Nobody attempted to identify it, from what I remember.
I mean, it could be Infernal, and Yadin might know, but that's meta, and Ozra would have nothing to do
I
with it.
think I think Pigeon Man has it because I think he was the one who pilfered pretty much all the stuff on that level. Let's head over to Gwen. Your
Certainly.
your art dealer opens a bit later in the day than you were expecting, just because you don't have to stay asleep, quote unquote, for very long. Um, but they do eventually open, and it's this like really posh looking let's see. Actually, I did not think. Let me double check races, because we've been getting a lot of elves and like half elves and stuff like that.
Water genasi.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. It's a water genasi.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, it's this water genasi fellow. It's got like kind of like dirty blonde hair tied into a ponytail. Um,
Okay.
and he's got like his deep blue skin, but he's like wearing very nice clothes. And he has this kind of like thick collar that you suspect is probably there to gather up moisture, because water genasi. He looks and goes, "Ah, good morning, my lady. What can I help you with?"
Ah, yes, I am in possession of some very rare collector's pieces, and they're very near and dear to my heart. But for the right price, I could be. I feel like I'm slipping into Mr. Candle a little bit. It's very, very close. They're not too far apart.
Definitely my fault with the accent I'm putting on.
You're striking the bargain. You're talking like Watto.
I know. Yeah, you waving your hand around like some kind of Jedi, but it must not be confused with what the fuck is his name?
Candle.
With Londo Molari of the Centauri Republic.
All right. So, anyways,
Yes. So yes, Quen would place on the counter the velvet box with the turquoise figurines, and say, God, all I want to do right now is Londo Molari's voice.
when you set them down, he kind of pulls out a small like spectacles that hang at like the tip of his nose
Yes.
as he looks at all of them. These are quite interesting. Not much of an animal motif person, but I know a few people who might be interested in these.
Yes, I thought they were unusual.
And this is he pulls out like a smaller like one of those jewelry lenses. Just looks at it. Huh. That is turquoise, definitely. Well, for the whole set here, box included, I think I'd be willing to let you have, if you're willing to sell it, that is, for about 250 gold pieces.
It's will pain my heart to let go of an object of such beauty, but
Ugh, everything has a price, believe me.
yes, and everyone. I would agree to the price.
Okay.
And then I would show him the effigy of the fiends made of the whalebone.
Kind of looks at you, like looks at it like, ooh, like whalebone stuff. Then he looks at him a bit more closely, like,
Not exactly my style, but it could be a conversation piece for the right buyer.
Depends on the conversation you want to have. You have 5 of these, yes?
Yes, I place all 5 on the counter.
Well, Style notwithstanding, uh, a bit rough. Maybe could use a bit polishing up, but I think 25 gold for each of them. So 125
Yes.
for all five.
And I know you're more the expert, but I didn't want to polish too much because some of the collectors, they really like that patina.
That is true. That is true.
It shows
So
the journey as much as each of us have our own personal journey. These objects have a journey, a path they're on as well.
right. In a sense, he's more in the business of selling art, not so much talking about it.
That's fair.
There's two types of art people.
While he's looking at this, I'd say, and I'd like to, if I may, sweeten the deal a bit with this lovely jewelry box. Look at this, and I put this on the empty jewelry box on the counter, and I open it with a flourish, and I'm really turning on the charm. So, I would like to try to persuade them to give me the best deal possible.
Okay, make a persuasion check.
Okay, that's a 22.
Ooh, now that is interesting.
Yes,
Could probably use that for a better display on some of my my jewelry pieces.
yes. If you look at the detail here, I believe that it is. Justin, would you say it's obviously of a certain race?
Not particularly. It's pretty style neutral. It's just it's just very ornate.
Perfect.
It's very finely made, and it looks like it's made of high quality material. It doesn't have any specific style motifs to it.
As you can see, both the quality of the material and the workmanship is very ornate, but it is style neutral, so it could be for any buyer.
Very true. Very true. Tell you what. There's no piece of jewelry in it, but it's a nice box. So I think I'll give you an extra 5 gold for that. It's quite a lot for a storage device.
Yes. Can you do just a little better on the whale figurines?
Let me see. Whale figurines.
See if you can do better on the whale figurines, and maybe you go and reduce that or ignore that 5 gold that he was offering for the box.
Tell you what. Throw the jewelry box in, and I will give you 30 gold per statuette.
Okay. That'll be 150. Great. So I've given him all the items, and I believe I have a total of 400 from the good water genasi.
Should be, yeah.
Great. Perfect. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else. Any other art stuff? No. Thank you so much. I will be sure to let anyone in town know that this is a good place to come and see objects of great beauty.
Yes. Tell them to send them to Malathi Pond.
I would
spell that out.
Yes, I would give him a very nice bow and thank them for their time.
Yeah.
And then my next stop would be to get right back over to the. And could you write this person's name down only because she's come up, and I thank you for doing it. The high elf,
and her elven name is just weird.
Yeah, the enchanter high elf shop. I would make my way there with all speed.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm also going to give you the shop's name in the Roll20 chat. There we go.
Great, thank you. Yes, I would make my way to Augury and Alchemy and see my good friend
Myri Jarsali.
They're minerals, Myri. Sorry.
Holy fuck.
All right.
She sees you entering.
Safe to say that we're nerds.
Yeah.
She sees you entering. She just goes, welcome back. Here to make good on your deal?
I would, without saying a word, I would give her a very large smile. I would lay my basic rapier down on the counter, and I would say, Ms. Jarsali, I will not insult your shop or you and your talent by attempting to haggle. Your work is top notch, and I am grateful for the chance to benefit from. I'm trying to use the word patronage, but I don't want to say give you patronage. It sounds insulting. I'm grateful for the ability to benefit from your craftsmanship.
I appreciate it. Do you still have the goggles, or are you paying in gold?
I will be paying
completely?
in gold today. A very close friend of my uncle's needed these goggles, and I simply had to give them because he fishes at night because he has a sensitive skin. He cannot be out during the daytime, so he must fish at night. So he'll wear these
Okay,
goggles.
now I'm gonna need you to make a deception check. The lie has gotten too deep.
How's a 28?
15. There it goes. Well, you have quite the extended family. I imagine your uncle does not have elven blood, then.
It's my my aunt's husband, so no.
Well, I'm certain they will do him well. And let me get some of the paperwork ready for this enchantment and some of the details. That way I can make sure I do it right.
What I was going to ask you is, in lieu of my wasting your time with any haggling which is beneath us, a blade of this quality, would you say it would deserve a scabbard of equal quality?
Oh, don't worry. I will make sure that you have that.
And with this, I place 7 stacks, each of 100 gold, on the counter, and I give a deep, respectful bow.
Right. She brings over some of the contract. It's just typical stuff of you're entrusting me with your possession to be enchanted. Blah 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 blah. You know, I'm not legally responsible if this if this item is used in any crimes.
Yes.
You're responsible for what you do with this, that sort of thing. You sign off on it, initial where you need to. She rolls it up, puts it in a scroll case, and tucks it in the back. She goes, "Well, be on the lookout for that message. I'll try to do it during daylight hours. That way, I'm not disturbing your trance or anything like that."
I appreciate your attention to the matter. I may need to go out of town in the near future, so I appreciate anything you can do.
Well, it'll be here when you get back, regardless.
And I thank her and skedaddle.
Okay. All right. Pigeon Man, do you want to get those potions identified real quick?
Yeah, I can do that. I don't particularly. I'm kind of exhausted. I don't
I gotcha. Well,
really
just for
know
the
how to
sake,
argue that.
just for the sake of simplicity, we'll say you go to this same place in your street clothes, and she identifies them for you. They are. Let me scroll down to where they are. One of them, the blue one, is a potion of heroism, and the weird, oily-looking one is an oil of etherealness.
What is an oil of etherealness?
It is an oil that if you slather yourself in it, you go under the effects of the etherealness spell.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, I rolled pretty well on that treasure die.
That's a 7th level spell.
Yeah. Can cover a medium or smaller creature. Along with any equipment it's carrying. Applying the oil takes 10 minutes, and then you gain the effects of the etherealness spell, which basically you step into the ethereal plane for an hour.
Ah! That sounds very useful.
Yeah. You basically you turn into Danny Phantom. You go ghost. You can walk through shit.
you can't be unless by ability or magic you can't be seen, you can't be heard, you can't be perceived. You're incorporeal. You can move through stuff, but you can perceive the material plane.
Yeah, it's like when Frodo puts on the ring and like everything turns like weird. That's kind of what happens.
That's insane.
Except you physically go to another plane of existence or another dimension.
What?
I think. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, creatures with true sight can't. Creatures with true sight can't see into the ethereal plane, right?
So no.
I think there are some creatures that
Damn.
can do that.
I think if you're under true sight, you should. I think you can go and see into other planes.
True seeing, I think, is just
True sight sees invisible creatures and in normal and magical darkness. Automatically, wait. Okay, let me.
Furthermore, the monster can see into the ethereal plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah. But the amount of creatures with true sight that you might potentially be facing is very low.
Well, also
Thank God, no clerics.
on top of that, true sight is generally a very short range.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those void spiders, you know.
Those spiders. But yeah, so she looks a bit quizzical, just about like, I'm gonna ask where you got these, but do be responsible with them.
I mean, I'll tell him, or I'll tell her that I just found him under the cabinet, dude.
Right. Okay. Let's see. Madcap, did you want to check in on the translation, the decryption?
Yes, I would first go to the gull. And
Okay.
I told Ajax I would.
Okay.
So yeah, Ajax would go along with them.
Okay. So you guys in your street clothes head to the academy to go ask around for some things, as well as check in with Magus Address. Following the same procedure as before, you make your way to his office, and there you see, for you, Ajax,
For the start of the conversation, I would want to go in alone when we're discussing but just because this is supposed to be like a super secret police investigation,
right?
And
Ajax is just kind of following along in the background. He might have like a notepad and pencil or something, and would like scribble notes or something like that. But he'd kind of go and be looking around and just kind of scribbling notes about, or be looking around like he was scribbling notes about whatever he's looking at or something like that. To deceive.
Yeah. I'd say for the sake of keeping the ruse up, Ajax will wait outside of his office, just so Madcap goes in alone. All right. And Magus Address is there. He looks up to you. It looks like he's probably, I don't know, grading papers, maybe? It's kind of the best way I can describe it. He's got like a really large stack of paper on his desk. Ah. And you gave him your first name, right? Cobra?
I think so.
I'll just say Inspector. He's like, Inspector, back soon already. Has there been a development?
Somewhat of a development. We've learned that the contents of the journal is even more important than we had previously thought.
Well, I'll tell you this. Me and my students work pretty well together. We were able to figure out the nature of the encryption. We found that there are two ciphers that are being used within this, presumably for two different purposes. And the first entry at the start of it, well, it's I wouldn't say it gets your sends a shiver up your spine, but for some people it might. I have prepared. I have a transcription here for you.
Yes, please, please.
Let me go and copy this, and I'm going to post it in campaign notes. And bold that.
Is this as far as you've made it so far?
So far, but I have I have found that it is not a customized ciphers that he has used that our uh, pelt wearing friend has been using. They are ones that are documented and for some still in use to this day. Give me a moment. He goes and kind of pulls out his notes that he has. For roughly the first half of this journal, he is using what's referred to as an Azimuthian sequence. It is uh, it's a method of encrypting um, written word into an incomprehensible mess. It was created by one of the founding members of the Mages Association over in Almaria. They don't use this cipher much anymore, ever since it became a bit more popular with spy networks in that part of the world, but it is academically important to understand for a lot of root causes, or a lot of root understanding of where certain coding methods come from. The other is called a whisper crown encryption. This one is used by dwarves, typically. They use it to safeguard trade secrets, blueprints, and even maps in some cases. The last half of the journal is based on our initial projections using this. As to what it could be hiding, I am not sure. We haven't gotten to. We've only partially been able to work on the first entry we see there, but could be a lot of all of that maps, perhaps a diagram of something I don't know, but be quite interesting to see it all come together.
With these two ciphers, when your solution, would I be able to do this myself?
Probably. I'd have to give you a have to loan you some literature on it, and may take some time to go through. It is it's a tedious process. That bit there with the first entry I gave you took us once we knew what we were looking at. That took us roughly. I mean, granted, I was also instructing at the same time. That took us roughly 4.5, maybe 5 hours. It's a lot of trial and error and figuring out, you know, which sequence to use. Once you have certain clues within it, you just follow the different rules set by the cipher. It's making sure it comes out legible is the hard part.
How many students are working on this?
At the moment, only 4. Encryption is one of those very eclectic subjects. Not a lot of people enjoy taking, but is useful to understand for those who don't want to learn how to mask their information via magic.
And have you informed any of the faculty of this?
Well, you said to keep it on the down low, as my students tend to say. So I have done just that. I have told them that everything that we do here is not to leave this room for well, sake of security. They were rather understanding. I think they enjoyed the clandestine nature of it a bit.
Yes, I appreciate your discretion. Just I don't know. We've recently discovered that the contents of this could be even more sensitive than we thought.
Well, I I very much hope that it does not lead to anything too terrible. It's quite an ominous preamble there, but well, I imagine it will be better in your hands. And well, as much as I pray for the safety of the city, I very much would like it to go on moving on without my needing to get involved.
But the prevention is something terrible, is the hope. I mean, yes, if it's plausible for myself and my fellow investigators to make our way through this ourselves, as grateful as we are for your help, we wouldn't want to burden you or to take up your time. And
Well, it served as a good jumping off point for a lot of our discussions, so I have to thank you for that at least. It's a bit hard to get people motivated for tedious work like this, but we had fun. And learning when you're having fun is much better than learning when you're not having fun. But as far as the literature goes, he kind of stands up and goes over to there's a like small end table in the back next to a bookshelf that has some stacked books. He goes and takes two of them out of the stack. This is the one on the Azimuthian sequence. It's a bit front loaded with history and other random stuff. Go to about a third of the way and look at the table of contents, and you'll see where the decryption notations are. Just follow the instructions there, and it's going to be a bit of a trial and error. But once you get into a good rhythm, you'll start going through it pretty far quicker than you would realize. This is the one on the Whisper Crown. This one's a bit more. This one can get a bit more complicated because sometimes it might also involve pages being put together in almost like a puzzle in a way, depending on what some of the examples that are provided within this text. However, I will say these texts are of sensitive information that is best not disseminated to the general public. So once you are done with them, please return them to us. They are actually on loan from the Cobalt Sanctum. And there are very few copies of these documented reports out there.
I truly appreciate the lengths that you've gone to help us.
Well, it's all a matter of investigating and well, getting on some ladders and looking through our library. But I hope that you see. So hope that we see this all through to the end. It's I'm tired of things being interesting, if you know what I mean.
I do. Sometimes excitement's the last thing you need in a day.
Right. Well, I have numerous papers to get back to, and some of them are maddeningly incomprehensible. But
Just one more quick. I don't know if you're the person that would be to talk to about this, but they've got me busy. I have another case that at least if you can point me in the right direction, and I'd kind of go up and let Ajax in.
okay, Ajax, you come in. You see a tall half-elven man, kind of dark hair tied into a ponytail. Pretty kind of bog standard looking elf man. He goes, a friend of yours?
An associate of sorts. It's been come to the attention of a couple of the districts that users of magic, practitioners, they're going missing. We heard that a few weeks ago, there was a student here.
Oh, yes. Poor, poor, Arlor, half-elven woman, bright student. I believe she was in the evocation course. She's learning to harness evocation magic. Yes, her family's quite distraught, but the Orange Sashes are supposedly looking into it, and I have not heard much from them. since then. I don't know if they've found anything about it and have neglected to inform us, or if the matter's been closed.
Ajax goes and gives a bit of a disgruntled look when they go and mention the orange sashes again, and he goes and asks, "Have there been others that have gone missing by chance?"
There have been, but they're always few and far between. I mean, I don't want to sound dismissive or uncaring. These are students, after all, but the city isn't what it used to be. I've been here a long time, and, well, unfortunately, things like this tend to happen, and either nobody can figure out what happens, or nobody cares to find out what happens.
Question for you then. They're the missing students. Are they all half elven?
No, there have been some over the years, every now and then. There's a dwarven man some time ago, maybe about 5 years. I'm fairly certain they found him. Um,
Oh,
though he has since left the city, to my knowledge. He no longer studies here.
okay.
There was a tiefling man about.
Ajax is scribbling down notes as he's talking.
Was a tiefling man. He was not part of my course, but I know he was part of the. Uh, Fairly certain he was an abjurer. I think. He came
Oh.
from the mainland, though. I think he's naturally gifted. I think he was a sorcerer. Um,
Oh,
there have been a handful of independents that I've heard of people who are not associated with the academy but are magically inclined.
Has divination proved fruitless?
Well, we have attempted to, and certain. The curious thing is that sometimes the spell would yield no information.
does that happen often? Like, would
No,
it wield no information if the individual was dead?
it depends on the type of question asked. In some cases, but I'm no divination expert. I'm a linguist, um, and beyond
Hmm.
that, a transmuter. But I can well, I can do a bit of research into it. As I said, divination is not my area of expertise, and I'm typically not involved with that sort of thing. If it also depends if the the divination uh, scholars have been contacted for their services. Um, so I could see if I could put in a request and maybe notify you later if such things have happened.
Out of curiosity, a bit of being a school, I'm presuming that you keep records. Uh, Perhaps Osric here and I might get a copy.
Of what?
Of the missing students' records.
Yes, I can go and compile them for you. I just have to go check in with a few people. Although
Oh,
I think
by all
with
means.
Osric here as a guardsman, uh, at the very least, the guards should have records of these people. Whether or not the
Yes.
investigations have bore any fruit, then, well,
True, but honestly, sometimes getting the orange sashes to cooperate with a different department is not always the easiest feat to accomplish.
Paperwork, of course, happens to go missing when traveling between departments. You understand how that might be.
All too well. I'll see what I can do. Perhaps you can use that as a more serious information request. Maybe get your captain involved. I don't know. Just a few ideas.
Well,
I know,
she is working on it, and just
well,
We're just
I
here
can see
to
what I
inquire.
right. Well, I can see what I can do. Tell you what. Meet me back at the lobby in about an hour, and I'll see if I can compile a comprehensive list for you.
that'd be
Excellent.
fantastic. Just so we're not standing around for an hour. Is there a divinist that we would be able to speak to?
Yes. If you'll have to go to a different wing. But he kind of directs you to a different wing of the main building, where um, a sort of kind of there's offices for the diviners. Um, it says, "Speak with." Uh, let's see. Uh, Speak with Magus Elvalor. He's a very good diviner. He's a good colleague, though a bit eccentric sometimes, but he knows what he's doing.
Somewhere to start, I suppose.
We'll do just that. Thank you.
Okay. So, following his directions, going to the different wing, you find the office of Magus Elvalor. Um, he is another elf, um, though very different in features. He seems to be more on the tan side and a bit shorter than the other. You get the sense he's probably a wood elf, considering you also know a wood elf, so a lot of his features are pretty similar.
Gwen, is that you?
He looks and kind of grunts. Uh, Guardsman, what can I do for you?
Just come with a couple questions. Are you familiar with the occasional student going missing?
Yes, I have been informed of such things.
Well, we are being tasked with just looking into it, with sort of assisting the orange sashes where they seem to be lacking. Um, I'm curious if, when these disappearances happen, what sort of divination, if any, is being performed to find out where they might be, what there might be going on.
Typically, with the divinations, we do what we can, though. As of late, we have found that some of the some of our spellcraft has not been working as intended. Most curious and infuriating. But I might have done a divination or two on one of them. Did you have a particular person in mind?
I believe the most recent one was a half elf named Aurlor.
Aurelor, yes, her. Let me see. Hold on. I'm looking at divination spells real quick just to refresh myself on their capabilities. Uh, hmm.
And you got like scrying and detect thoughts and.
Yeah. Well, I was unable to do anything with scrying. I have not met her myself. She was in the evocation class. Let's see. No, divination's a cleric spell, so wizards wouldn't have that. I sent a few. I sent a few of my students out throughout the city for casting locate creature every so often, attempting to scan much of the city for her, and they yielded no results over the course of a few days. Let me see what else we have. No, not Arcane Eye. Commune is Cleric as well. Scrying. Yeah.
Ajax kind of leans in and asks, Magister, forgive my,
He corrects you and says, Magus. We're not in Draconia, sir. He has like this permanent scowl on his face. You get the sense it's not. You get the sense it's not you. It's just he just doesn't like people, probably.
So Ajax just kind of goes and continues. Magus, forgive my ignorance, but when it comes to divinations and the like, if you've never met the person, is it possible to use someone else as your what's the word I want, Osric? As your focus? Like their memories?
No, typically the person casting the spell has to implant the image and identity that they associate with this person within the magic for it to produce an effect. This is why I said that I was not able to scry on this young girl, as I do not possess the, well, knowledge of her form. I know of her only by name, and that unfortunately was not enough to make the spell successful.
Ajax makes a face at that and goes and says, perhaps somebody should do that.
Well, unfortunately, there are only a few people capable of casting such magic in the divination department, and most of them do not. Most of us tend to, well, if a student is not enrolled, then we tend not to.
But detect thoughts.
What about detect thoughts?
Combine detect thoughts with the divination spell.
Could that work? Let me double check.
Well, think about it. So if somebody's thinking about someone, you cast detect thoughts on them, and you get the impressions, you get the well, I don't know if it gives you like you can see what their thoughts are.
Gain insight to its reasoning, its emotional state, and if something looms large in its mind, such as worries over loves, hate.
Okay, so it's not as detailed as what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
it's more of like it's words and like emotions, I guess.
Damn. All right,
Yeah.
never mind. I was thinking you can go and combo them, but oh well.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, but we've had more curious phenomena happening where spells that should produce more vague answers, should we, I don't know, attempt to, sometimes even in unrelated circumstances, attempt to know if our current course of action is good or bad or somewhere in the middle. Many things have, well, not proven to be successful in some cases. And I mean this in the sense that the spell happens, and for its duration, well, nothing happens, and one has wasted their spell for the day. Most curious. We are looking to find a reason as to why this is. It is most problematic.
Is this a recent phenomenon?
Yes, within the last few months, though there have been some scattered. Now that I think about it, a few scattered instances prior, but we paid it no mind. I mean, magic is not an exact science. Sometimes things go wrong for no reason.
Who knows what can be connected in this city?
Perhaps perhaps ley lines are shifting. Perhaps there's some sort of unknown phenomenon happening that we are unable to observe. Who knows? Perhaps in time it may pass and everything will go back to normal, and we'll never know what happened. I would hate for that to be the case. I hate not knowing things.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Ajax, did you have any more questions?
I can't think of any at the moment. Might we call on you again? Should we think of something?
Yes, but please do so more in the evenings. I am more free then.
I look at Osric. Fair enough.
If that's what you wish.
Very well. You officers, have a good day.
Thank you.
After a bit more time, Address comes back and he provides you a list of the people that have been reported missing that are students. I will provide you with a full list later because I only have like 2 names written down.
Can we get a full transcript of their entire
I at least want there to
college?
be, yeah. I mean, I at least want there to be like the illusion of, comprehensive information.
I want to know their attendance. I don't know what their GPA was.
What
like,
classes they
I
took?
want to know what vaccines they've gotten.
Just every time I think back to, like, giving out giving out information for like insight checks and stuff like that. I always think, and investigations. I always think back to the time Will Wheaton was on Critical Role and he got his one natural 20.
God. Yeah.
I want to know his birthday, his social security address. I want to know his Ashley Madison password. So good. I found somebody re-uploaded the Dice Curse supercut where it was all of his roles, all of his just really bad roles from the 2 episodes he was on. It's great. Yeah. It's getting a bit late. Do we want to put a pin in the investigations and or is there anything like
do that?
Okay.
I should probably get my ass to sleep. I gotta be up in 5 hours.
Yeah. I think we'll put a pin in this. Just so that I am aware, is there anything, Madcap, that you want to do on the campus before we pick up?
No.
Okay.
I mean, because I don't know Justinian's sister, so I can't talk to her. We we'll leave it up to her and Justinian and Priscilla to get us the information of when the demonologist is coming back.
Okay.
Imagine from here. Yeah, I'm actually knocking things off my to-do list. We'd probably
Feels
go.
good.
I imagine we go off to the Gull because that's where we're gonna. We'll probably pop out go to the pigeon coop to pick up the pigeon, and then go to the Gull to start working on the journal.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's where we'll pick up. We'll pick up at the Gull with the information.
We need to stop to a yarn location so we pick up some nice for our corkboard because let's face it, we need one.
Yeah. Need a corkboard and a lot of thumbtacks and a lot of red string.
Yes.
And a lot of coffee.
And I need to do a lot more typing.
Ajax will need cigars. Because let's face it, he doesn't smoke cigarettes. He's a cigar guy.
What'd you say, Jake? You were really muffled.
It's because it's because you don't have to inhale it twice as so
I think we missed all